All right, good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here. Happy Independence Day celebration to everyone. Nigeria is 65 years old today, and we are here. We're still standing. Thank you very much for 4.9k likes. Please don't stop our tapping and sharing as well. Thank you. Just going to make sure we're good on all platforms. Then we can get right into the conversation. How's everybody doing? If you're in Nigeria, you're probably on holiday. Yoruba justice, may God continue to. Yeah, God bless everyone. Um, just to be sure we're good. All right. Um, Akwojo. Irú ìkíni wo lẹ̀ ń kí wa yìí? Akwojo báwo? Ṣé akwojúmọ́? Akwojúmọ́, yes. Akwojo kò yé wa o. Please explain o. Akwojo, oh. Oh, òjò rọ̀, okay. Òjò rọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ tó wà níbí. Pẹ̀lẹ́ o. Happy Independence Day. Kuli Kuli. That's your name. That your name brings memories. All right. I think we're good. Just need to get X working. All right. Someone says long time since we saw. Oh, she's been busy. She's. I think She has some projects she's working on, so she's not able to come online like she used to. All right. Again, glad to be here this beautiful afternoon. Um, Happy Independence Day, Nigeria and Nigerians. It's a lovely celebration. A lot of things are going on right now. People are, you know, happy mood. I know some people, of course, on social media also make it look as if there's nothing to celebrate, but there is a lot to celebrate. All you have to do is count your blessings. Whilst, yes, there are many things that are not working, we have to also acknowledge what's working. And that way we're able to appreciate how far we've come, and then we plan for uh, the, the next things that we need to do. All right. It's also important to um, say that while today's topic is about the continuation of Akintola and Awolowo, we're going to spend some time just to look at where we are in Nigeria today, especially through the news. One second, please. Please be on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Please don't tap on your screen, like the live. Rosaria Cedra says, "Do you want $5 million? Do I want it? Oh yes, I do. I hope I answered your question. you're on YouTube, sorry, if you're on TikTok, please click on the house icon above my head right here. Just click on it, join the team. If you're a member already, please drop your heart to me, drop a gift. Let's try and push the live to the FYP. We're gonna have the news, and then we're gonna get into other things much later. Now we're not going to play everything in President Tinubu's speech, but what I'm going to do is this. So it's a bit long, and I know a lot of us have not listened to it. We're not going to listen to everything apparently, but we'll just we'll listen to a bit of it, and then we'll discuss key points. Okay, that'll be the best way to actually do this. So let me play from channels. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Okay, we're good. Thank you. All right. Please take a listen to the president's speech, and then we'll go on from there.
Fellow Nigerians, today marks the 65th anniversary of our great nation's independence. As we reflect on the significance of this day and our journey of nationhood since October 1960, when our founding fathers accepted the instrument of self-government from colonial rule. Let us remember that their sacrifice, devotion, and grand dream of a strong, prosperous, and united Nigeria that will lead Africa and be the beacon of light to the rest of the world. Our founding heroes and heroines, Herbert Macaulay, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Sir Ahmadu Bello, Margaret Ekpo, Anthony Enahoro, Ladoke Akintola, Michael Okpara, Aminu Kano, Fumilayo Ransom Kuti, and other nationalists believe it was Nigeria's manifest destiny to lead the entire black race as the largest black nation on earth. For decades, the promise of our independence has been tested by profound social, economic, and political challenges, and we have survived. While we may not have achieved all the lofty dreams of our forebearers, we have not strayed too far from them. In 65 years since our independence, we have made tremendous progress in economic growth, social cohesion, and physical development. Our economy has experienced significant growth since 1960. Although it is much easier for those whose vocation is to focus solely on what ought to be, we must recognize and celebrate our significant progress. Nigerians today have access to better education and healthcare than in 1960. At independence, Nigeria had 120 secondary schools with a student population of about 130,000. Available data indicate that as of year 2024, there were more than 23,000 secondary schools in our country. At independence, we had only the University of Ibadan and Yaba College of Technology as the two tertiary institutions in Nigeria. Technology as the two tertiary institutions in Nigeria. By the end of last year, there were 274 universities, 183 polytechnics, and 236 colleges of education in Nigeria, comprising federal, state, and private institutions. We have experienced a significant surge in growth across every sector of our national life since independence. In healthcare, infrastructure, financial services, manufacturing, telecommunications, information, technology, aviation and defense, among others. Our country has experienced both the good and the bad times in its 65 years of nationhood. As is normal for every nation and its people, we fought a bitter and unavoidable civil war, experienced military dictatorships, and lived through major political crises. In all this, we weathered every storm and overcame every challenge with courage, grit, and uncommon determination. While our system and ties that bind us are sometimes stretched by insidious forces opposed to our values and ways of life, we continue to strive to build a more perfect union where every Nigerian can find better accommodation and find purpose and fulfillment. Fellow compatriots, this is the third time I will address you on our independence anniversary since I assumed office as your president on May 29, 2023. In the last 28 months of my administration, like our founding fathers and leaders who came before me, I have committed myself irrevocably to the unfinished nation-building business. Upon assuming office, our administration inherited a near-collapse economy caused by decades of fiscal policy distortions and misalignment that had impaired real growth. As a new administration, we face a simple choice: continue business as usual and watch our nation drift, or embark on a courageous fundamental reform path. We chose the path of reform. We chose the path of tomorrow over the comfort of today. Less than 3 years later, the seeds of those difficult but necessary decisions are bearing fruits. In resetting our country for sustainable growth, we ended the corrupt fuel subsidy and multiple foreign exchange rates that created massive incentive for a rentier economy, benefiting only a tiny minority. At the same time, The masses received little or nothing from our commonwealth. Our administration has redirected the economy towards a more inclusive path, channeling money to fund education, healthcare, national security, agriculture, and political economic infrastructure, such as roads, power, broadband, and social investment programs. These initiatives will generally improve Nigerians' quality of life as a result of the tough decisions we made, the federal and state government, including local government, now have more money to take care of the people at the lower level of the ladder to address our development challenges.
All right. The president has a lot to say. The speech itself is about 29 minutes long, so I'm not going to listen to everything, but I'll just read some things and maybe, if necessary, play some of the other portions of the video that are relevant to this. I mean, every part is relevant, to be honest, but we'll see how much we can take because of our time. One of the things he mentioned is that they've disbursed about 99.5 billion naira to over 510,000 students. Right? It talks about how many universities we have right now, more than 230 compared to the two institutions we had at independence and things like that. I'm just going to quickly go through some of the key points because we couldn't listen to everything. He spoke about the economic growth. He said Nigeria's GDP grew by 4.23% in the second quarter of 2025, while inflation eased to 20.12%, the lowest in 3 years. And he credited this to tough reforms, including the removal of subsidies and unification of the exchange rates, which have redirected resources to the productive sector. He also says we have attained a record-breaking increase in non-oil revenue, achieving the 2025 target by August with over 20 trillion naira. In September 2025 alone, we raised 3.65 trillion naira, 411% higher than the amount raised in May 2023. Then the second one was strong reserves. According to the president, external reserves have risen to $42.03 billion, the highest since 2019, while Nigeria now records consistent trade surpluses. He says that this shows growing investor confidence in the economy. And quote, it says, we have a stronger reserve. I'll take that again. We have a stronger foreign reserve position than 3 years ago. Our external reserves increased to $42.03 billion this September, the highest since 2019. On fiscal stability, it says we have restored fiscal health. Our debt service to revenue ratio has been significantly reduced from 97% to below 50%. We have paid down the infamous ways and means advances that threatened our economic stability and triggered inflation. I mean, these are good things to know. On the oil and energy sector, he said oil production rebounded to 1.68 million barrels per day from barely 1 million in May 2023. The increase occurred due to improved security, new investments, and better stakeholder management in the Niger Delta. And it says the country has made notable advancement by refining PMS domestically for the first time in 4 decades. It has also established itself as the continent's leading exporter of aviation fuel. Then on infrastructure drive, Tinubu said major projects, including the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and the Kano-Maradi rail line, are progressing steadily. He mentioned a number of them, but those are the ones I could quickly mention here. On social investments, he revealed that over 330 billion naira has been disbursed to 8 million vulnerable households through social investment program. He also highlighted youth cred and credit core initiatives designed to provide loans to households and young Nigerians. On student loans, we already mentioned that earlier, more than 510,000 students have already benefited from the Nigerian Education Loan Fund. Security gains, it says, well, the president said security forces are reclaiming territories from terrorists and bandits, with displaced persons in the northeast and northwest gradually returning to their homes. But we have major issue in North Central. We'll talk about that very soon. Youth empowerment. Tinubu praised the ingenuity of Nigerian youth, citing initiatives like RDICE, student loan schemes, and creative industry funds as deliberate efforts to empower the next generation of innovators and entrepreneurs. And this is what it says. I have a message for our young people. You are the future and the greatest assets of this blessed country. You must continue to dream big, innovate and conquer more territories in your various fields of science, technology, sports, and the art and creative sector. Our administration, through policies and funding, will continue to give you wings to fly sky high. We created Neo Fund to support students with loans for their educational pursuits. Approximately 510,000 students across 36 states and the FCT have benefited from this initiative, covering 228 higher institutions. As of September 10, the loan disbursed was 99.5 billion naira, while the upkeep allowance stood at 44.7 billion naira. Then lastly, he spoke on unity. He called on Nigerians to embrace patriotism, support local production, and fulfill civic duties such as paying taxes to build a stronger nation, again, a stronger country. We have to tell ourselves that one. All right, so those are like the 10 points that he mentioned. Of course, there are a lot of things that should still be worked on. Like someone is saying here, we don't get to hear about the solid minerals being mined in the north. Yeah, he didn't mention that one. I mean, maybe if you listen to the entire thing, the point I think is just that you've made some progress. And speaking of progress, okay, no, I was going to play the video, but I already covered it from the key points that I read earlier. All right, so speaking of progress, Pengasan, the president has directed the NSA, No Ribadu, National Security Advisor, to have a meeting with both Dangote and Pengasan, which tells you something. It tells you that he sees the situation as a national security threat, right? So this is not about labor, who is collecting wood, Aloshe, who do we blame? No, this is serious. So the president has directed the NSA as mediator between Dangote and Pengasan. We're looking forward to what's going to happen in the coming days. We don't really have time for all these shenanigans of people saying they want to go on strike. I saw the ridiculousness that some people were saying yesterday in the name of labor. They're going to go on strike. Some people don't think in this country. You go on strike. So the entire nation should go to because a group of you decided to form union. Anyway, we're looking forward to the. Let me see if I can read the full news to you. 1 second. Because it's just funny how certain people are in this country. You never see them go and they will not go on strike over refineries not working. Just a bunch of interesting characters. So this is from The Nation. NSA steps into Dangote Pengasan dispute. The National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, last night urged Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan, and other labor unions not to hurt the economy at not to hurt the economy at the time the government is making progress to redirect it. The NSA made the remark after stepping into the role between Dangote Refinery and Pengasan. The second day of the peace meeting initiated by the government was moved to the Office of National Security Advisor from the Ministry of Labour and Government. They have not reached any conclusion yet, but the NSA asked Pengasan not to hurt the economy, a source said last night. Ribadu held talks with Dangote chairman Ribadu held talks with Dangote Group chairman Aliko Dangote, and representatives of Oil Workers Union as part of steps to avoid a total shutdown of the oil and gas sector. At the meeting were the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Awolowo, Minister of Labour and Employment, Mohammed Dingyadi, and Minister of State for Labour and Employment, Mrs. Nkeruka Onyejocha. Pengassan President Festus Osifo, Secretary of the Union Lumumba Igotemu, and top government officials. Well, this was published around 11:24 p.m. I'm going to read something that happened. Under report from this morning. This is from Punch newspaper. It says here, the federal government has brokered peace in the face-off between the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria after 2 days of conciliation meetings. A statement issued in the early hours of Wednesday by the Minister of Labour and Employment, Mr. Dr. Mohammed Megari Dingyadi, disclosed that the matter was resolved following lengthy discussions. According to the statement, the resolutions reached included the Honorable Minister of Labour informed the meeting that unionization is a right of workers in accordance with the laws of Nigeria, and this right should be respected. After examining this procedure used in the disengagement of workers, the meeting agreed that the management of Dangote Group shall immediately begin the process of redeploying the disengaged staff to other companies within the Dangote Group with no loss of pay. No worker will be victimized arising from their role in the impasse between Dangote and Pengassan. Pengassan agreed to start the process of calling off the strike. Both parties agreed to this understanding in good faith. And they had the names of people who were at the meeting and so on and so forth. Yes, they must never go back to that refinery. Those people can sabotage the refinery in the name of union. Rather. But thank God that has been taken care of. So they will be redeployed to other group because again, they came out for Awolowo. Imagine borrowing money to start a company. Some merchant fanis that were not doing anything. They were not angry when you were not building something. Then suddenly, they came up with this fantastic idea of, of sabotaging your organization. Anyway, we like what the government has done to resolve this. If Dangote does something wrong, we'll speak against it. But in this particular thing, personally, I would have done the same thing. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to. Can't put your neck on the line. There are some people who have never built a kiosk in their lives will be telling you what to do. But every worker has a right to. But half it over me. All right. So that's something good from the intervention of the federal government. So something really sad happened in Kwara State a couple of days ago. Some communities were raided by bandits, and to be honest, I still don't have full information, and I've been trying to get as much information as I can get. So, for instance, yesterday, the Kwara State government circulated an image, but if you do reverse search, discover that image had been used sometime in 2024. That same image was used in a newspaper report, how NAF air strikes kill scores of terrorists at 2 meeting points in Borno. Does this mean they didn't do anything yesterday? I can't tell. All I know is that the image they're circulating is exactly what was circulated last year. But I'm not saying that they're doing nothing, but it's not so. I think the government, especially the state government, can do better. And this is one of those times where you wish Kwara State and Kogi State were in the southwestern part of Nigeria, because at all, Amotekun could be at all. Right? It's sad because the Yoruba people. I don't want to play the videos. Maybe I should. It's just sad. It's very heartbreaking. Let me. So this one, this is an update, on the matter. Just take a listen to this. If I think it's necessary to play the video of, the incident itself or the interview from some of them, I will play later. But take a listen to this one.
Ọlọ́run ọba dákun má kájú sọ̀rọ̀ lára wa. Gbogbo ìjọba Kwara lápapọ̀ ẹ dákun ẹ ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Lọ́balọ́ba ni, nílóyè lóyè ni. Ẹ̀yin baálẹ̀ ẹ parapọ̀ ẹ ṣe mítìnì ẹ lọ bá àwọn lọ́balọ́ba. Ẹ̀yin lọ́balọ́ba ẹ lọ bá gọ́fúnà. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ti kọjá ẹni tí a máa wò ní ojú eré. Bá a ti kúrò ní ọ̀dọ̀ wa, adé òkè ọdẹ. A ní ká lọ ṣàbẹ̀wò sí gbogbo ìlú tí wọ́n ti ń jiyàn gbé bíi Sàgbẹ̀, Alábẹ, Àrólà. Ìgbà tá a dókè ọdẹ a fi ọ̀rọ̀ wá dí àwọn èèyàn lọ, a fi ọ̀rọ̀ wá àwọn èèyàn lẹ́nu wò pé báwo ni ṣẹ́fọ̀kànbalẹ̀ ti wà láàrin ìlú. Wọ́n ní kò ṣẹ́fọ̀kànbalẹ̀ o pé àwọn SS tí gọ́fúnà rán wá gan pàápàá ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn ti padà díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń rí. Nínú ta tún wá gbọ́ lẹ́nu ẹlòmíì ni pé wọ́n láwọn ológun SS tán kó wá yìí sọ pé àwọn ò lè wọnú igbó lọ bá àwọn ajínigbé. Wípé àwọn gọ́fúnà àwọn tó rán wọn wá wọn sọ pé káwọn wọnú igbó àti pé táwọn ẹni yìí kó dání ojú tàwọn lọ páwọn ò lè wọnú igbó. Ìrìn wọn ojú àárín inú òkè ọdẹ lọ. Ẹ dákun torí Ọlọ́run, ìgbà tán gba baba ńlá, tán gba Alábẹ, tán gba Sàgbẹ̀. Ní àná alánà gbọ́ pé wọ́n tún wọ Àrólà àtàlábẹ, wọ́n tún pa àwọn èèyàn tún já àwọn èèyàn gbé. Ẹ dákun ọ̀rọ̀ yóò tí ì lójútùú ìjọba Kwara ẹ ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Àwa ní káwa wá ṣàbẹ̀wò sí i torí à ń tọ́ Kwara lọ́wọ́ ni. Adé òkè ọdẹ là ń fẹ́ràn ọ̀wọ́ àwọn èèyàn lẹ́nu wò. Àwa wá ní ká lọ wájú ká tiẹ̀ dé Àrólà, ká dé Sàgbẹ̀ ká wo ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
Wọ́n kó security wá ní òkè ọ̀dẹ wọ́n jẹun fún a month lásán without anything wọ́n padà. Àwa ń tà láti interview àwọn security kan àwọn lágbára àwọn ò ká wọn pé àwọn sójà wọn tún wá ní wọn fáwọn lọ́dà bọ́n ṣe kó instrument kọjá tí gbogbo òlú rí wọn kọjá náà ṣe padà síbi tó ti wá.
Alánà kó tó di pé wọ́n ṣe ìkọlù sí àwọn vigilante a gbọ́ wípé àwọn sójà tó ń ṣe ààbò fún ìlú òkè ọdẹ wọn síbẹ̀ ní àkókò náà ṣé òótọ́ ni ọ̀rọ̀ yìí.
Òótọ́ ni wọ́n ti withdraw wọn wọ́n dẹ̀ tún wá withdraw ìbọn lọ́wọ́ àwọn local.
Kí nìdí tí àwọn fi withdraw àwọn sójà nígbà yẹn.
We don't know. Even let's be realistic. Àwọn chairmen wa local government chairman 7 local government chairman ní Kwara South. Àwọn tó ti sú wọn because wọn rí support látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn lọ́balọ́ba látọ̀dọ̀ government. Government kàn ṣe camouflage fún wọn ni.
Lọ́dọ̀ ìjọlẹ́jọ́ ìta yìí chairman ìfẹ́lódún local government ó sọ pé àwọn Fẹ́mi Sùn kó náà ẹjọ́ fún autonomy so ó wáyé àlẹ́gbẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ pé ó ti sú wọn.
Ẹ wo aláyé ẹ wo àwọn èèyàn lọ kó sínú ọkọ̀ yìí wọ́n ń lọ márùwá gbogbo ẹ̀ àti ṣe wàhálà àti táyà àti ṣe wàhálà ẹ wo àwọn èèyàn ti sákú òǹlù wọ́n ti sákú òǹlù o wọ́n ti sákú òǹlù ẹ wo àwọn èèyàn ọmọ skul gbogbo wọn.
Hello.
Kwara wọ́n ti pa mí lọ́kọ̀ o.
And these things are too emotional. It's sad that things like this will be happening, right? Because just crazy, man. It's just crazy. But then there are some things there are some reports I got, but some of those are not verified. And also what the government is supposed to do in the matter, some of those things are not out in the open, so I want to be careful how I share. Because, for instance, I've heard that certain parts of the state where these things are happening are places where you have a lot of mineral resources, and that may actually be the reason for the insecurity. So it's similar to what's happening in the north. But even then, we should have a way to protect our own people, so we don't have people like this suffering and crying, and it's just sad. And because I don't have confirmation of even the news that I have, I'm not going to talk about it now until I do have the confirmation. But we hope that the government will do what they have to do. And sadly, they are in the north, they are in north central, so Amotekun cannot do anything. Even the Amotekun, they need to be armed, right? They need to be armed. We can't just leave everything to central police. And the only good thing I can say about this is that it also makes the point that the president was trying to get across the other day when he was talking about state policing. We need state police. We do, right? And I'm looking at some very gory images, gory videos I can't even put out there, but it's just sad that people are having to go through this in Yoruba land, because whether it's in North Central or not, it's still Yoruba land. May God comfort the family. It's just sad, crazy stuff. Anyway, moving away from Kwara, Oyo State government has acquired 2 aircraft for security surveillance. The Oyo State government, led by Engineer Seyi Makinde, has approved the purchase of 2 light aircraft DA-42 MNG model to curb the menace of illegal miners, kidnappers, and other forms of security threats in Oyo State. All right, so this, I hope the governor of Kwara State is also able to copy this, so that helps. Somebody says, I hope this is not a means by the Fulani to push back the Yoruba territory. I'm not going to comment on that yet. And the reason is because, not yet. When the time is right, I will say, I need to confirm some things before I say some. I can answer what you said though, but not right now. Meanwhile, Kwara State government refutes allegations against army. DSS insists NAF confronted terrorists. Right, so this, by the way, is from Rafiu Ajakai, who is the CPS to the government. It says, this is an unusual time, a dreadful one. We are not used to it. Lives are at stake. The anxiety is justified, and there is no dismissing people's experiences and feelings, not by any inch. Some have said we are in a state of war. It is their own way of saying it. However, in honor of the dead and to save everyone, this is a time to major only on the major. So much has been said about the statement of the Nigerian Air Force, which was issued yesterday. It has generated into arguments. 2 things are at issue here. Was there a statement on Monday, September 29 by the NAF announcing an airstrike on enemy position? Yes. The Air Force shared the statement on its official WhatsApp platform at 1:54 p.m. yesterday. Some people claim the statement was not posted on their Facebook or other social handles. Does that invalidate its authenticity? No. As the NAF disputed it issued the statement since it went viral yesterday? No. There's absolutely no basis for the disputations. Was there a security operation last night in the area of interest? Yes. There are pictures from the secret place and a screenshot from the NAF WhatsApp platform with editors. What does the government gain in saying there was an operation if there was none? Many operations happen without getting to the media legacy or new. When things are shared with the public, it is sometimes to keep our people at ease in terms of tension, nothing more. It serves no general good if we do not operate with minimal trust in times of crisis. We should focus on the real issue, unite in the outrage against the enemies, and leave fine details for the good days. No one should have time for petty partisan bickering and twaddle now. The other issue is the picture, which accompanied the NAF statement on different platforms. That's the one I was talking about earlier. Yes, the NAF didn't share its statement with the picture. But hey, what does that matter in the context of whether the operation happened? The problem would be if there was no engagement or airstrike at all, and someone just wrote a fiction and attached the picture. The strike happened. It did. The news reporter in me took it further. At 3:11 p.m. this afternoon, September 30, I spoke with the NAF spokesman, Air Commodore Eimen Ejodame, to confirm to me if he issued the statement. He confirmed he issued it. My call was to satisfy all righteousness. Multiple authoritative sources had earlier told me the airstrike took place. News media, including Sahara reporters, have used pictures from thousands of kilometers away to illustrate their stories attached herewith. A screenshot of news media using old pictures. Okay, I get the point. I'll explain. Anyway, what he's saying basically is that yes, the picture may not have been from that event, but it's commonplace in media that you use pictures to depict this news story you're trying to get across to people. So it says, news media, including Sahara reporters, have used pictures from thousands of kilometers away to illustrate their stories attached. Sorry, this guy don't know how to use full stop and comma. Can't they read anyhow? To illustrate their stories, full stop. Attached herewith are screenshots of news media using old pictures to illustrate news stories. What is the force about the picture of a previous airstrike in Borno or Alabama accompanying the statement? Politicians do not miss opportunities to wrong foot their opponents. Average citizens who are concerned about all of us getting out of this crisis stronger and better as a community should not join such chit-chat. It is not worth it. I mean, he has a lot to say. They also say that the DSS has expressed strong reservations about demoralizing, albeit false claim, which was made in a viral video. I think it's the other one that we listened to. We pray to God to console the bereaved woman. The other video that I couldn't play because that video it's emotional. We pray to God to console the bereaved woman and every other ones, but our claim is not true. This clarification does not in any way delegitimize her grief, not at all. May God uphold her and others in her position. We get out of this stronger and safer. Let us remain united and calm and refuse to be our daggers drawn with ourselves. That will be a road to the Golgotha. All right, so that's from Rafiu Ajakaye, who works with the governor of Kwara State. Gory. It is well with Yoruba land, it is well with Nigeria. Either Yoruba land is in southwest or north central or south. May God bless our land, and we hope this is actually nipped in the bud because it's terrible. I'm looking at the woman. If you watch, I don't know if anybody has seen that video. She was that pain was in her voice, and there's no way I'm going to sit down here and play that video and keep a straight face. But may God console her. All right. Let's move on to something else away from this particular stuff. I'm running away from some things, so sorry. Let's go to Femi Otedola. So he released a statement. It's very long. A couple of days ago, one of what was this man's name? Our former vice president. Oh boy, what was his name? Namadi Sambo. Right, one of Namadi Sambo's aides, put out a statement claiming that, Femi Otedola was also involved with some of the things that they've been criticizing, because he put out a statement on, the change in the oil and gas industry, and when Pengassan also came up, he shared the stuff that Dangote put out. So the guy working for Namadi Sambo, put out a particular statement, and Femi Otedola decided to respond to it. And then it says here, my attention has been drawn to a mischievous and malicious publication written by one Umar Sani, a former special advisor media to former Vice President Namadi Sambo, attempting to twist facts and drag my name into disrepute and allegations of complicity in the subsidy fraud. His insinuations are false, baseless, and a shameless attempt to pander to lies and rewrite history. Let me set the record straight for the overall benefit of the discerning public. So he went on to talk about the petroleum subsidy fund, how he never brought in PMS, that his company, Xenon Petroleum and Gas Limited, imported diesel in excess of 90%, not PMS. He talked about how he exposed the subsidy fraud. He talks about what happened with the Farouk Lawan affair. He talked about the Ag Mokoide report. I'm not going to read everything, I'm just giving then talked about AMCON. The summary of then talked about libel action. So the summary of everything is that, sorry guys. So we're talking about people dying. You have children no. How can you be a human being that you hear about what's happening and then you say, and then you laugh over it, you gloat over it? Meanwhile, your entire village, your states are overrun, not by outsiders, by your own people. I'm talking to the Igbo clown who just typed in the comment section, by the way. And that was your 5 seconds of fame. Let's get back to the story. So Femi Otedola, the summary of everything is that he has instructed his lawyers to file a 1 billion naira libel suit against Umar Sani. And I hope that we hear more about the development and what happens with that case much later. A few more things before we go on. I think I talked about your state. Before the meeting with the Office of National Security Advisor, Ndume had sent a message yesterday to the president saying that he didn't mind if the president acted like a dictator, and asked him to dissolve Pengasan if it won't serve national interest. But again, that has been resolved, so I think everybody is fine. All right, a few things. Top 10 performing consumer goods companies by turnover. So let's go to something else, right? So top 10 performing consumer goods companies by turnover, September 29, 2025. Number 1 is Dangote Sugar with 274.12 million naira. Nigerian Breweries is number 2 with 219.15 million naira. Champion Breweries is number 3 with 86.63 million naira. Guinness is number 4, 68.6 million. National Salt Company Nigeria, 63.82 million. Number 6 is BUA Foods with 55.59 million naira. Cadbury is number 7 at 50.15 million naira. Nestle is, or Nestle, depending on how you pronounce it, is 46.3 million naira at number 8. Then Unilever, number 9, 36.86 million, and number 10 is International Breweries at 35.31 million naira. This was I think is as at September 29, 2025. So I'm wondering if it's a daily thing or a monthly thing. They didn't write the full details, they just put a list out, and that's by the cable index. All right. Vigilante in Igomino land, which is also part of Kwara State. Somebody say, what about Hero Beer? They show for things like this now. They're not talking about local. Let me not talk. But it's not. This is not the kind of. They don't come up in news like this. This is for serious people. Anyway, Vigilante team in Igomino land, which is by the way in Kwara State, arrested a Fulani herdsman known as Dadubule, and they asked him some questions. Let me just play that so that at least we see it's a kind of progress, to be honest. Please take a listen to this very short audio.
But ṣùgbọ́n wà nísàlẹ̀ àwọn tó jẹ́ bí olè tí mo ti mọ̀ wọ́n gan tẹ̀lé ṣiṣẹ́ wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ wọ́n náà tẹ̀lé wọn èmi ò ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́ òtún ò ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́ èmi ò ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́ mo ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ sẹ́ǹgbọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ èyí ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ bọ̀tì níbi ẹnìkan tí ń kó eré ibú ẹnìkan táwa ti rìn tí ò ní tùmọ̀ nú ayé àwọn kẹsẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ tán rìn. Mo lè fún adé lóòótọ́ pé wọ́n fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ wọn ní alẹ́ ìsọ̀là. Èmi gan mo tó wá pè wọ́n pé ẹ̀dẹ̀ àwọn vigilante mítìnì ṣe ń bọ̀ pé kan fìrí wa gbámú síkún. Ṣé ti bá fẹ́ dàbà wọn ṣe é ń pè wọ́n ní àhápà.
Ṣé lóòótọ́ ni wọ́n fẹ́ jí ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ àbí ọ̀rẹ́?
Mo fi dọ́kẹ́ lọ bọ́lọ̀ mo fi búra.
Sọ fẹ́ gbé tòótọ́ àbí ògbé? Sọ fẹ́ gbé ọmọ yẹn àbí òní gbé?
Àlẹ́ wọn gbé, wọ́n fẹ́ gbé, mo sì máa fẹ́ gbé.
Bó láti wá ara wọn tó fẹ́ gbé?
Èyí ara mo máa yẹ.
Someone says pure, complete Yoruba accent. Assimilation. Let's go to another news now. This from Reuters. Nigeria Supreme Court on Thursday granted lawyers representing Yahaya Sharif Aminu, a musician sentenced to death for alleged blasphemy, permission to file an appeal outside the legally prescribed time frame. The case has drawn national and international attention, highlighting tensions between religious law and constitutional rights in Nigeria. Sharif Aminu was convicted in 2020 by Kano State Sharia Court for allegedly making blasphemous remarks about the Prophet Muhammad. His legal team argued that the trial was flawed, citing the absence of legal representation during proceedings. Take a listen to this.
Nigeria's Supreme Court on Thursday granted lawyers representing a musician sentenced to death for alleged blasphemy permission to file an appeal outside the legally prescribed time frame. Yahaya Sharif Aminu was convicted in 2020 by a Kano State Sharia court for allegedly making blasphemous remarks about the Prophet Muhammad. His legal team argued that the trial was flawed, citing the absence of legal representation during proceedings. Kola Alapeni is Sharif Aminu's lawyer.
You must remember that he's still innocent. He's not guilty because the death sentence was quashed about 4 years ago at the appellate division of the Kano State High Court. And then we've gone all through the stairs of the various courts, and we're here now. He's still appealing. He's still stating his innocence, that he's not guilty. He doesn't want to go back to the Sharia court for a retrial.
The defense also challenged the constitutionality of sections of Kano State Sharia, or Islamic law, that prescribe capital punishment and amputation, arguing they conflict with Nigeria's secular constitution. Lamido Abbasarandinki represents the Kano State government and defended the original verdict.
We will not condone it. Anybody that has uttered any words that touches the integrity of the Holy Prophet, we will punish him. And let me tell you one thing, this man will be executed if this court, upon the decisions of the law, will execute him.
The case has drawn national and international attention, highlighting tensions between religious law and constitutional rights in Nigeria.
That one is a lawyer. The one that said he will be executed for blasphemy. 2025. At some point, we're going to have a conversation in this country. Is this really what the religion is saying, or the interpretation of certain portions of the scripture? We're going to have that conversation, because blasphemy. The good thing is that nobody decide. This is why we don't want Sharia in the Southwest, and we would never have it. It would never be here. There would never be Sharia. Flower Boy, the same company produces a lot of products, but they don't produce Hero Beer. Hero Beer is by a totally different company. There are many breweries in Nigeria, not just one. There is international breweries. There's one in Lesha, there's Nigerian breweries in Ibadan. They are different companies, and they are not even, but each company can produce multiple stuff. For instance, Guinness is not producing Star. And Hero Beer is made by, I think it's Admila or one of those companies. Anyway, for folks, I mean, if you are looking for why we hate Sharia with a passion, this is the reason. How you kill a person for blasphemy? You kill a life. I mean, of course, you should not also be blasphemous. You shouldn't be insulting the prophet or whatever. But to kill, I think it's probably a conversation amongst Muslims, and I've been part of that one conversation like that. And the Muslim from the north had a totally different view of the matter from the Muslim from Yoruba land. And the one from Yoruba land was using Quran, the one from the north was using Hadith. But it cannot be in Yoruba land. There can never be Sharia in Yoruba land. It will never happen. Our land has always been secular. It will always be secular. No religion is becoming the major religion. This is repulsive. And this is not to say I support people insulting the prophet, of course not. But to kill a person, you know, if you kill somebody, the person will not learn any lesson. No, you don't go with that. It is well. 3 killed as gunmen ambush Amotekun operatives in Osun. This is from Daily Post. 3 persons have been confirmed dead following an ambush on operatives of the Osun State Security Network Agency, popularly known as Amotekun Kwara. Daily Post gathered that the Amotekun operatives were ambushed while responding to a distress call from Akintola, a community in the Ile-Ife area of the state. During the incident, which occurred on Tuesday, September 30, 2025, the operatives engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire with the hoodlums. The development was disclosed in a statement issued by Amotekun Public Relations Officer Yusuf Idowu Abbas in Osogbo. Part of the statement read, quote, Amotekun operatives stationed in Ile-Ife were dispatched after residents of Akintola raised an alarm over the invasion of farmlands by suspected bandits. The 4-man team was mobilized on motorcycles to secure the area and ensure the safety of residents. While en route to Akintola, the team was ambushed by armed assailants believed to be connected to the reported bandit activity. During the sudden attack, 2 service rifles belonging to the corps were taken by the attackers. The statement disclosed that reinforcements were immediately deployed to the area after reports of the ambush reached the Amotekun command in Ile-Ife. The backup team, upon approaching Akintola, made efforts to engage peacefully, including plans to visit the traditional ruler of the community. However, at the T-junction leading into Akintola, the road was found barricaded by the assailants. The attackers allegedly opened fire on the reinforcement team without warning, resulting in a prolonged gun battle that lasted for more than an hour. The operatives fought bravely and were able to overpower the hoodlums after an intense exchange of fire. 3 lives were lost during the encounter, and 3 suspects were arrested while others fled with injuries, the statement added. In a follow-up operation, Amotekun personnel reportedly recovered the 2 stolen firearms, as well as false uniforms and berets used by the attackers to impersonate security operatives. And this is what the Osun Amotekun Corps Commander Adekunle Ezikomoyele said. While condemning the attack, he vowed that the security outfit would not be deterred by criminal elements seeking to destabilize the state. He added that the Corps remains committed to protecting lives and property in all parts of the state and urged residents to continue cooperating with security agencies by providing useful information. Quote, this cowardly ambush will not deter our operatives from carrying out their duties. The safety and security of our people remain our utmost priority, and we will continue to pursue and dismantle all criminal networks in Osun. The success of security operations depends on public collaboration. We encourage residents to remain vigilant and promptly report suspicious movements or activities in their communities, unquote. So that's good news from the Amotekun in Osun State, particularly in Ile-Ife. I really hope that something will happen that will ensure that folks in other parts of Yoruba land, apart from Southwest, will also be able to have something of that nature. All right, before we go, I'm going to read a couple of things. So somebody put this out on social media. I mean, a lot of stuff has been heard. I mean, the end has not been heard of the demolitions in trade fair in Lagos. Interestingly, Peter Obi has done what he knows how to do best. He has taken some people to go to that place then he made a very interesting statement, which I don't even think I want to make because you can't just for in the kind of country where somebody could just come, just talk, it's not everybody say they do something when not correct. Meanwhile, when he was governor, he demolished Kineo and they even give people compensation. Anyway, that was Peter Obi, normal Kini. But there's a video I found online of a person talking about an experience that he had when he was informed of a property that he could buy, and I think we could learn from that. I'm going to read what he has to say, or let me just read it and I'll play the video. 1 second, please. Last year, a friend, by the way, this person's name is Akbo Ikogo. Last year, a friend mentioned that he and his colleague found a good deal on a property. in oral extension and he wanted to do a legal search. I didn't even have to go to Alausa. I sent the survey plan to a surveyor that I work with. The man immediately told me that the property sits on a canal that was partly sandfield and that the state government would eventually demolish the property. My guy cancelled the sale immediately. Guess what? His colleague still bought. My guy sent me a link to this video this morning. All the houses are being demolished. We can blame the government all we want, but this one isn't the government's fault. A simple search would have shown the property had issues and would have saved people hundreds of millions. I'm going to play that video. Take a listen, please. Not this one. This one.
People, you don't see them now. My people, you don't see them now. You don't see them now. See people, millions going down. Going down. You know, as they're breaking this thing now, it will look like, say, they're pushing down sand block house. For this thing now, for many years of suffering, many years of tearing. Both some of them are not even in Nigeria, some of them are abroad. All this house, all here from here, which or express, all of them are going down. Before you buy any property in Lagos, the thing to us, make sure that you do all the documentation. Don't be in a hurry. Rather let that money be with you. Don't be in a hurry. Nobody hurry you. It's better the money day in the bank for Western. Because they say money in the bank is a waste. You better use the money, go and do investment. Government investment. Like there are many of them. Mutual fund.
All right. Good advice. But yeah, lots of buildings have been demolished in that area, and that's happening because people are building in places they're not supposed to build. By the way, there's another video of such demolition. This time is around Ikota in Lekki, and the Commissioner, Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, Lagos State, Tokunbo Wahab, has put out a statement saying the ongoing enforcement around the Ikota area in Lekki is not targeted at any tribe or group. Earlier in the year 2025, we inspected Earlier in the year 2025, we inspected the Ikota River setback alignment areas and issued removal notice to affected home owners. The truth is simple: water and hazards know no tribe, color, or race. The buildings being removed were erected on the right-of-way of Ikota River, directly obstructing natural channels and worsening flash flooding in the area, especially the Lekki-Ajah corridor. Only structures within the right-of-way are being removed. Our goal is to restore the waterways, reduce flooding, and protect lives. We will continue to engage residents with empathy, but non-compliance will not be overlooked, irrespective of whom is affected. This is about safeguarding everyone, not targeting anyone. The recent flooding on the island calls for our collective support for finding permanent solutions to those issues. We cannot keep complaining of an issue and still attack government for providing solution to said issue. It is all for a cleaner Lagos and a greater Lagos. Take a listen to this.
Everything. But I have to project this because they're ready. So your of the office will stay. That's why I said no. Listen, but as for fact, project this because they're ready. It's not about you. So we create is going to be affected. It's the major discharge point for the whole of this area. Likely they are going to be affected.
is 45 kilometers. Now looking at yourself here, if you go upstream, you see the impact of this particular river here. When you operated it here, that is why you have a recourse in law to whoever sold it to you. To a point here, that's why it came. If you are in doubt, this is a difficult thing of it. I didn't do this myself.
If there's a way we can also calculate.
You hear people saying to telling the commissioner, we see it, but is there a way we can go around? We like these things in this country. It's amazing. And it's not good. May God help us as a people. Lastly, I'd like to read something from the Compass Hub. We talked about state police. I don't know if this guy is trying to find favor with Nigerians, but anyway, the same representative who came up with this old indigenous status bill has now sponsored another bill, state police. That's Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, and it is co-sponsored by 14 other lawmakers, including Julius Ihonvere, Ononuga Oriyomi, Joseph Bassi, and others. Key constitutional change: they seek to amend Section 214 of the 1999 Constitution, which currently restricts policing to the Federal Nigeria Police Force. The amendment will allow states to establish their own state police services alongside the federal police. Core provisions: number one, dual police structure, that's federal and state police offices will coexist. Number two, state control, governors will have authority to appoint commissioners of state police. Number three, funding and management, states will be responsible for financing and administering their police services. Number four, checks and balances, oversight mechanisms will be introduced to prevent misuse by governors for political repression or ethnic bias. Rationale: rising insecurity, banditry, kidnapping, communal clashes, terrorism has exposed the limits of a centralized police system. State police is argued to offer localized, rapid, and culturally sensitive responses to security threats. Current status: the bill has passed second reading in the House of Representatives and is before the House Committee on Constitution Review. The bill is part of the 86 constitutional amendment bills under consideration. Now you are thinking. Now you are talking. So looking forward to, so at the moment right now, this is like 25, it has reached 25%. We still have a long way to go, but the state police bill is 25% done. And this is actually quite good. And so Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, who gave us that terrible indigenous status bill, which we condemn and which will never be anymore, also has done something good by pushing this particular bill that we are happy with. So as we make progress on this thing, we're going to let you know. All right, that's about it. If anybody would like to speak to any of this matter, please send requests. And while you are sending your requests, I'd like to read this from the Sahara Reporters. 130 Yoruba groups petition United Nations over impending genocide, warn of terrorist invasion of southwest Nigeria. In a letter signed by the Alliance for Yoruba Democratic Movements and sent to Guterres, the group said the September 17, 2025 killing of 15 people in Okiode community, Ifelodun local government area of Kwara State, was carried out by Fulani terrorists and should be seen as a prelude to a wider invasion of Yoruba territories. A coalition of 130 pan-Yoruba groups have petitioned the United Nations UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, warning of an alleged plan by terrorist forces to wage war on the Yoruba people of Western Nigeria. In a letter signed by the Alliance for Yoruba Democratic Movement, AYDM, and sent to Guterres, the group said the September 17, 2025 killing of 15 people in Okiode community, Ifelodun local government area of Kwara State, was carried out by Fulani terrorists and should be seen as a prelude to a wider invasion of Yoruba territories. AYDM stated that the mass murder of 15 people in Kwara, including women and children, by Fulani terrorists was a prelude. Okay, so let me just look for the other part. AYDM expressed concern. AYDM Secretary General Popo Olajayi, who signed the petition, warned the UN Secretary General the time to act is nigh. Unprecedented killings that may be comparable to Rwanda is about to happen in Nigeria. It is a struggle between indigenous people and terrorists, who unfortunately now have a stronghold across indigenous territories where they have seized and occupied, waiting for the whistle of terror for them to unleash mayhem, killings, and misery on our people. One of the things I think will also help in solving that issue is the state police that we read about earlier. All right, so trying to see if there's anyone wants to, speak on any of these things. Anyone? I don't know if this is true, but there's a video going viral at the moment. I don't know if it's true, but they're saying that some Igbo traders are protesting in Lagos, but I'm not sure. I've seen it on a number of handles, but I'm not certain this is Lagos. It might. Interestingly, Peter Obi is not saying anything about this one, but then he has something to say about people trying to make sure that the state works. We're supposed to let the thing just go to the dogs because they want to feel comfortable about whatever thing they're doing. Anyway, if you want to fly, I think we talked about it the other day, you can now fly from Gateway, the cargo airport, to Abuja, back and forth. And speaking of security, the Ogun State Police Command has launched a community safety and intelligence platform named the Gateway Shield app, including a toll-free number 0800000911 that connects directly to the Ogun State Police Command Cyber Center. I'll share this on the Telegram channel. It's a very long stuff, but also while we're waiting for the proper structure of state policing, this would also help in the interim. So I want to share the link so that in case you're interested, you could just check. Someone said they don't want agents again in trade fair. Because the one can't want this thing where there is no law, no structure, no order, everybody just does what they want. Nah, that actually needs to stop. I've said several times, to be honest, I think there are people in this country, or that just don't like the concept of order and structure. Like, some people thrive in disorderliness and dysfunction. For instance, oh geez, I was going to read it now. 1 second, let me quickly read. Let me see what Peter Obi had to say about what happened. It's just sad. Where is it? Uh-huh. Peter Obi put this on his Twitter page. Obi handle. It says, today, the Lagos Trade Fair demolition, a test of impunity, justice, and compassion. He said a lot of things which I didn't want to read. He said they visited the site of the demolished Aspamda market at the trade fair in Lagos. I must commend the traders for their remarkable restraint and calm in the face of such painful loss. I equally appreciate the senators and the House of Representative members who have pledged to investigate this matter thoroughly and bring to light the circumstances that led to this unfortunate development. Then he went on to say, beyond this immediate case, I urge government at all levels to act with compassion, fairness, and a deep sense of justice. A society that seeks to make progress must protect enterprise, encourage productivity, and defend the dignity of its citizens. Anyway, the Senior Special Assistant on Media to Lagos State Governor, Ridwan, put this one out. It says, Peter Obi's emotional theatrics at Trade Fair Complex LASG, that's Lagos State Government, releases press statement. This is their own press statement. They said Obi wrong on trade fair complex. Ex-Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has visited the trade fair complex where Lagos State Government enforced its physical planning laws. He praised the traders for what he called their restraint, adding that the buildings that were knocked down had approvals. He launched into emotional theatrics, describing the incident as a test of impunity, justice, and compassion, all in an effort to mislead the public by misinformation and disinformation. I'll say that bit again. He launched into emotional theatrics, describing the incident as a test of impunity, justice, and compassion, all in an effort to mislead the public by misinformation and disinformation. This is unfair. Here are the facts of the matter. The owners of the building have no approval. They got ample time to regularize their papers when the state government declared last year a general amnesty, which was extended several times. The owners shunned the offer. When physical planning officials visited the complex, the gates were locked against them. They were beaten up. The police rescued them. When the government called the owners for talks, they said they would not come. They did not come. The defense is that the management board of the trade fair permitted them to build their structures. This is wrong. The board, which is a creation of the federal government to manage the complex, does not have powers to approve or regulate building developments within the complex independent of Lagos State Government. Physical planning and building approvals are within the remit of state governments. Under the Nigerian Urban and Regional Planning Act 1992, as domesticated by Lagos State Physical Planning and Development Regulations, all physical development in any part of Lagos must obtain planning permit or approval from the Lagos State Government through its Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development. The position was further clarified and reinforced by the Supreme Court judgment of 2003, Attorney General of Lagos State versus Attorney General of the Federation, that land use and physical planning fall under concurrent jurisdiction, and states retain the authority to regulate development control within their territories, including federal lands, except for core areas like military formations or exclusive federal enclaves. The Trade Fair Complex Board may manage leases, tenancies, and commercial activities, but any construction, alteration, or development still requires Lagos State planning permit. Otherwise, such developments would be deemed illegal under state law, and the Lagos State Government has the power to seal or demolish them. In other words, the management board can allocate spaces and give administrative consent, but building approvals must pass through Lagos State Government. We must decide the kind of society we want, one governed by law or one run by emotions fueled by political interest. That's from Gbenga Omotosho, Honorable Commissioner for Information and Strategy. It's funny that Peter doesn't care about all of these things. It's only just social carry stuff. Meanwhile, let me place what happened in what's this called? In Anambra, when he was governor. I'll play you something, a video that audio lama but take a listen, please. This happened with Peter Obi as governor of Anambra State.
Warns that any structure standing against development in the state should give way.
Our next program is that we have to remove all structures from the road, as long as we are reconstructing the road. That's why we're even leaving most of the structures on the express. Once we start the work, the structures must go.
The governor also made it clear that no compensation would be made by the state government over such demolition.
The person who demolished structures and said no compensation will be paid is one who is writing pieces that's supposed to emotionally blackmail, Nigerians, saying the test of impunity. Don't let them lie to you. You're not power. They don't like Nigeria like that. As long as things don't work their way, Nigeria is not working. Unless it works their way, even if their way is illegal, it must work their way for them to say Nigeria works. Oh, serious. Anyway, happy Independence Day, Nigeria. And we have a lot of things to cover today, so we're going to stop the news right now. Thank you very much for being here. If you're on TikTok, please power tap and share the live. Please click on the art icon above my head. Join the team, drop a gift. All of those things help us to get the live on the FYP. That's the For You page. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. We have a number of people, and by the way, we have more people than likes, which is beautiful, by the way, on YouTube. But please, if you're on YouTube, kindly like the live. That way the algorithm will recommend the live stream to others. All right, thank you very much for being here. Now let's get into class. So again, Nigeria 65, I put out a video this morning. It's on YouTube and also on TikTok and Facebook. To go on Twitter later. It's something from what we discussed on Friday about Nigeria's unity, which I think is one of the things that has held us down. Ironically, the idea that Nigeria must unite is one of the reasons we have not made progress, because our definition of unity is literally uniformity, because we think that we must be one and all of us has to be one and let everybody move anyhow they want, and that's what unity is. No, that's not what unity is. So we talked about the fact that it's important to understand that Nigeria, as it is not a nation. There's a conference, that I participated in sometime. Well, I didn't participate as a speaker. I was there to listen, and I just felt like, man, these guys don't know what's happening. They get shouting about how to build a great nation, how Nigeria is a great nation and they must make it great, and all those fantastic things they say, comparing themselves with America, saying, oh, make America great again, we can also do make Nigeria great again. I'm like, why don't you just like all this nice sounding nothingness? Like, there's nothing in it. Oh, it sounds nice, but it's nothing. So you have this thing where you keep shouting, oh, we must unite. We will unite. I think we're everyone united. The people who are doing stuff are united, right? Hopefully when we start with that, then we're able to allow the North to have their Sharia like they're having right now, even though I don't like the fact that they want to kill somebody, but at least it's not happening in my region. Again, just think of Canada and you will get it. It may sound like, oh, but you're not a Nigerian, you should be patriotic and care about everybody. I care about everyone, but as long as what you're trying to do doesn't come to my space, you have a right to do it in your space, and your people there agree to do it. That's true federal system. Although I don't think that any law should be above the Constitution of Nigeria, but hopefully that comes out right. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that once we have that mindset, then we can develop at our own pace without having to be blackmailed by any region. All right, let's go to class now. Someone says public holidays aren't the same in Malaysia. To be fair, I mean, we also tried that one in Nigeria, like since 1999 up until 2020 or 2021? I can't remember the year that President Muhammad Buhari passed June 12. Recognized June 12 as Nigeria's Democracy Day. Until that time, it was only Southwest that was having June 12 holidays. Nobody cared across Nigeria. As soon as they made it a national holiday, folks from the Southeast said they must put Onfinwosu there too, and that they must give him national award. For all these years that Yoruba people were having June 12 as holiday, nobody cared. As soon as the federal government acknowledged it, the Igbo leaders started speaking up in the National Assembly, saying now they have to also recognize Onfinwosu. Rishi. All right, let's go to class. Please like the live and please click on the heart icon if you're on YouTube. We need all these things to help push the live, to the FYP. Thank you very much. Okay. Are we ready for today's session? We're gonna have a great time. So we started something on Monday. We started something on Monday discussing SLA. So we call that Meet SLA. But we're already getting to a point where we'll be we're getting to the intersections between him and Papa. So gradually get into it today, and then we'll make it bigger in the next class. All right. Our main text is Akintola, is Life and Times by Professor Akintola. if you were not here, so one of the things I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to close early going forward. And I discovered that I spend a lot of time on recaps. And I think I got used to doing that because when we started originally, there was no way to go back to our recordings. We're always on TikTok. But now that we have YouTube, we can always listen to recordings, but old habits die hard. So now while they spend plenty of time, they do recap with that. But going forward, we'll spend as little time as possible on recap so that we can get into today's topic itself. So, what have we discussed so far? We've talked about the fact that he was born July 10, 1910. We talked about how he went to school in Ogbomoso, went to Baptist Boys High School. Okay. Sorry, what was that? All right, went to Baptist school, then eventually went to Lagos. He went to Baptist College in Lagos in 1930. Became a teacher, worked there for a bit, and then eventually, Baptist Academy in Lagos as a general science tutor in 1930. Got married to Faderera, worked in the school as a teacher, then from there went to another company, then went to Nigerian Railway Corporation, and eventually went to the daily service. And the daily service, of course, was owned by remnants of those who were in NYM. If you've been here for a while, you would have heard us talk about it over and over again. Certain people were in NYM, how the whole thing, what Zig did to destroy that group. Then the remaining group, some of them decided to come together and own daily service, but primarily it was owned by Akintola Maja. Then it became a major organ in the hands of Yoruba people in the 1940s. Akintola joined and became the editor from 1939 to 1943. Later on, of course, he was also a member of NYM, Nigerian Youth Movement, and finally he moved to the UK to study journalism. But before he traveled, he had established Iroyin Yoruba, a newspaper for Yoruba people in Nigeria before he relocated. By the way, he spent a lot of time in Lagos from 1930 up until he had to get back into Yoruba land to become the premier. He was in Lagos. He was also considered as a Lagosian because he had been there for a very long time, and he also related with the elites in Lagos. We also talked about his work as a lawyer, and when he founded the firm in 1952, himself, Chris Oladipo Ogunbanjo, and Michael A. Odesonya, they started a firm called Samuel, Chris, and Michael, with Akintola as the dominant figure. We talked about his work as a lawyer, how he did a lot of work in Ogbomoso, and worked with Ogbomoso Bako. By the way, I mentioned also that when he went to the UK, he started out studying journalism. He was supposed to end it after 1 year, was on scholarship from the British government, but he wanted to study law, so he reached out to his townspeople in Nigeria, folks in Jos. We talked about how one of his former students, Esogbo Adamosi, was the one who housed them when they returned from the UK to Lagos, and eventually rented his own place and also went on to buy land and build at Ajasa in Lagos. All right, we'll talk about the fact that he was known as an orator, and the British at some point were very weary of him. They were suspicious of Akintola for being too volatile with his tongue and dangerous with his pen, and wanted to prosecute him for allegedly preaching rebellion against His Majesty's government through his writing in the daily service. So when he returned from the UK, he still wrote for the daily service, although he was a lawyer at the time. Then we talked about the Richard's Constitution and how it was formulated back then in the 1940s. Sir Arthur Richards was governor of Nigeria, Governor General from 1943 to 1947. We'll talk about that constitution, and we also mentioned how a lot of parties, a major political party arose during that period. That was NCNC, and that they went to the UK in 1947. They are going around the nation to raise £13,000, and they were led by Nnamdi Azikiwe. Of course, at this point, Herbert Macaulay was already dead. So Azikiwe led them, led Prince Adeleke Elidoyin, Dr. Abubakar Oloronimbe, Malam Zena Bukar Tip Charima, Chief Nyongesian, Mrs. Funmilayo Ransome-Kuti, and PM Kale to the United Nations mandated territory from the United Nations mandated territory of the Southern Cameroons. They left for Britain in June 1947 to agitate against the Richard's Constitution and to lobby sympathetic members of Parliament to their point of view. We later learned that they didn't really accomplish anything much. And there's another document that talked about how it's this book. The book is by Pierce. I think I should read it so that at least I like to mix things. Let me read that book. I'm trying to remember the title, but I remember the name. I think This Fiction Called Nigeria by Adewale Maja Pierce. You know what? I think let's even start this way. We're going to Akintola, but let's just read something to whet our appetite. All right. So this book is called This Fiction Called Nigeria by Adewale Maja Pierce. It says here, in response to what? I have to go back. So this is something about this book. You have to go back. Anyway, the point is that there's going to be independence, or we wanted independence. The North threatened secession 2 years later on April 1, 1956, when the AG's Anthony Enaro unexpectedly sponsored a motion calling for independence. This embarrassed the colonial administration, which hadn't expected such a development, and the motion was only defeated. The motion was only defeated by the Northern Bloc's control of half the seats. The North wanted to secede, but knew that was economically impractical. So we're happy for the British to remain in place while they dithered over how to solve an intractable problem. For their stand, the Northern delegates alleged that they suffered abuse from Lagos mobs, which in turn led to rioting between Northerners and Southerners in Kano, following the arrival in that city of an AG delegation on a political tour. In an emergency session, the Northern House of Assembly, together with the Northern House of Chiefs, endorsed an 8-point program, which, among other things, provided for virtually independent regional governments. Under this program, there was to be a non-partisan executive central agency responsible for common services, including defense, external affairs, customs, and West African research institutions. According to Bello, this represented our compromise on the suggestion of secession from Nigeria, as it then was. In response, British Secretary of State for the Colonies, Oliver Littleton, invited delegates to London. Oh, this is not 46, so this is the 50s. This is 50s. But let's just read a bit more. They're going to, it ties, they made reference to something in 47, so I think it's this. Is it this book? Let's just continue. Let's continue. In response, British Secretary of State for the Colonies, Oliver Littleton, invited delegates to London to discuss a revision of the existing constitution. During the conference, which took place between July and August 1953, the delegates agreed on a federation of autonomous regions. The AG delegation also demanded the recognition of the right of secession on the grounds that the dream of a united Nigeria would otherwise fail. That is, that federalism could only work if it was based on the consent of the people. In the light of what was to happen within the first decade of independence, it was ironic that Azikiwe should have opposed Awolowo's demand on the grounds that constitutions rarely provided for their own termination. He ultimately got his way in the 1954 Littleton Constitution. This opened the door to regional self-government in the East and West in 1957 and in the North in 1959, before full-blown independence was finally granted on October 1st, 1960. The British, meanwhile, obtained what they wanted. Understanding that independence was inevitable, the Foreign Office had drafted a paper to look into how we can sustain our position as a world power, particularly in the economic and strategic fields, against the dangers inherent in the present upsurge of nationalism, in order to maintain specific British interests on which our existence as a trading country depends. And he concluded that the challenge was to forestall nationalist demands which threaten our vital interests by creating a class with a vested interest in cooperation with the colonial power. Indeed, the small elite had already demonstrated its penchant for the good life as far back as 1947. During a visit to London, British bureaucrats were shocked at the mountains of luggage they had brought with them and their £2-a-day hotel, causing George Pardmore, the Trinidadian journalist and a leading Pan-Africanist, to despair. Quote, "There's a lot of fraud going on in the country, and many of us are exploiting the ignorance of the masses to line our pockets. Can't we try to be honest? A self-government founded on fraud, deceit, and corruption will not last." Later in 1953, the town clerk of Norwich was engaged to conduct an inquiry into the Lagos Council. Running like a brightly colored thread through the tangled skein of the council's administration has been the subject of honesty or lack of it, corruption. I could not get away from the public inquiry. It was mentioned in connection with almost every matter brought before me. Shortly afterwards, Wole Soyinka, the future Nobel laureate, then a student at Leeds, rushed down to London to meet with the representatives of the people, only to discover that they appeared more intent on sleeping with master's daughter than liberating their constituents. I recall one publicly humiliating instance. A revered national figure in a highly sensitive political position got so carried away with his date that he paid for a one-night stand with a check, at the bottom of which, just in case his scrawl was indecipherable, he had written his name complete with his official position. With increasing dismay, Soyinka observed their preening, their ostentatious spending, and their cultivated condescension, even disdain, toward the people they were supposed to represent, and he feared the worst. Azikiwe himself was described by one colonial official as lazy and out for money and women, following his interest in the African Continental Bank, bought by him and his family in 1944, and recapitalized 10 years later with money from the Eastern Region government he headed, in order to meet certain minimum requirements to remain in business. Such partisan action is a clearly dishonorable departure from the ethical conduct we are entitled to demand from people in Dr. Azikiwe's position. Zik wants money. Zik is a... Excuse me, I'll take that again. By the way, this is from a colonial official. Such partisan action is a clearly... By the way, we were here, I'm sure you were here when we discussed this case that happened in 55 and how it was resolved between 56 and 57 with the First Assortant Tribunal, and how Zik was eventually made to work with the North. So let's just read a few more things. Again, it's Independence Day. We'll get back to the book very soon. Such partisan action is a clearly dishonorable departure from the ethical conduct we are entitled to demand from people in Dr. Azikiwe's position. Zik wants money. Zik is a lazy man. Zik is not in any way at all an ascetic, nor in any way at all a man who believes that what he could do for Nigerians will be in Nigeria's own interest. Zik is motivated by one interest only, his own interest. And his own interest is money and the pleasure and power that money can buy. British administrators regarded Bello, the Sadana of Sokoto, as far from an ideal party leader. He is vain and deplorably susceptible to flattery, and his private life is disreputable. I'll take that again. He is vain and deplorably susceptible to flattery, and his private life is disreputable to an extent that one day someone may blackmail him. But then it might be said that these were hostile witnesses. Azikiwe, for one, was immensely charismatic, as can be seen from the footage on his campaign for the 1979 presidency. Only the teetotal Awolowo appeared to escape such personal censure, but he was loath because of his avowedly socialist views, brought back from his legal studies in the UK, where he witnessed firsthand Clement Attlee's post-war Labour government establish the National Health Service, make education up to age 16 compulsory, and build council houses for working people. Indeed, AG's 1954 manifesto was irrevocably committed to an ideology which places the interest of the masses first and invests in the state and public-owned corporations, all the major means of production, distribution, and exchange. Under Awolowo's watch, the Western region was the first in the country to establish universal primary education and the first in Africa to license a TV station. Cold War paranoia led the colonial authorities to ban all communist literature, forbid the appointment of non-communists to the 7 branches of the Nigerian Public Service, and even seized the passport of the British-educated Samuel Ikoku, trade union leader and publisher of the Nigerian Socialist Review, who famously and scandalously defeated his own father in an election. I'm going somewhere with this. Each of the 3 dominant parties won majorities in their respective regions, but the MPC won at the federal level by teaming up with the NCNC, making Balewa the Prime Minister and Azikiwe the Governor General, a la Lord Lugard, until 1963, when the country voted to become a republic. He was transmuted into a ceremonial president. Awolowo, who saw himself as a national leader, appointed his deputy, Chief S.L. Akintola, the former journalist, who had praised Hubert Ogunde, to head the Western House of Assembly, while he concentrated on his bigger ambition. That wasn't to be realized, and Awolowo would be remembered as the best president Nigeria never had. 2 years after his appointment, Akintola broke with his mentor to align more closely with the NPC in the hope of gaining greater access to resources at the federal level. Awolowo then attempted to depose him, whereupon Balewa, seeking to gain a foothold in the region, declared a state of emergency and suspended the AG government for 6 months, at the end of which Akintola was placed back in the premiership, but under a new party. Awolowo himself was subsequently charged with corruption and imprisoned, along with prominent members of his inner circle found guilty of treasonable felony. One of them, Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, who was to become a popular governor of Lagos State, wrote a studiously fair account of what transpired at the time. Politics is a confused business, much dependent upon money, and involving the use of thugs by all parties as part of their normal political practice. We also see the shadier aspects of police procedure in obtaining evidence and questioning witnesses, and there are hints of the supposed links between the presiding judge and the ruling political authorities. Having read this, let's now go back to the book on Akintola. Yemi Alamudun on YouTube. Happy Independence Day to you too. All right. So we talked about that. What happened in 1947 with the trip to the UK, and that when they returned, they asked for, to audit the accounts, and everybody said it was because Zik was Igbo. And what was the base of that argument? They traveled across Nigeria. They raised some money for the trip. They raised £13,000. When they asked for how they spent the money, Zik said 9,000 of it came from the south, from the eastern region, not Igbo, from eastern region, and that became an issue. Till today, the money has still not been audited. The account has not been audited, but it is well. We also talked about how when Akintola returned, he joined Egbe Omotudua. And some people in Egbe Omotudua at the time were Adeyemo Alakija, let me take it again, Sir Adeyemo Alakija, Dr. Akintola Maja Sakofa Abayomi, Chief Bode Thomas, Chief H.O. Davis, Dr. Akoni Doherty, and others. So it was with the Lagos Yoruba elite with whom Laduke Akintola identified very closely. The Egbe Omotudua, to which they belonged, and the association for which they were being vilified. One second, please. I need to drink water. It's going to be a long day. Somebody says, what exactly is Nigeria becoming a republic aside from Governor General transmitting to President? I don't get the question. I think I get it now, but it's going to take us out. So I think think the question would be, what changed that made it a republic? Well, that question is a whole session. It's going to take a whole session to respond to. All right, let's go on. The Egwemo Odudua, which they belonged, and the association for which they were being vilified by the Zikists and the NCNC press, the Daily Comet, and the West African Pilot, was founded in 1945 in London. By the way, you know, it's written, so sometimes some things are, it's not like the Daily Pilot was founded in 45. Egwemo Odudua was founded in 45. That's what they're trying to say. It was founded in 1945 in London by Yoruba students then in London, namely Obafemi Awolowo, Ayotunde Rosiji, Oni Akerele, Abiodun Akerele, Akintola Williams, and others. Their aim was to galvanize the Yoruba into action in the face of what they considered to be Azikiwe's grand design of Igbo domination. Even though the organization had existed in London since 1945, it was not until the Lagos branch was formed in 1948 that the movement took root on Nigerian soil. The organization also intended to provide a forum in which problems common to Yoruba people as a whole could be discussed. Since the new governor, Sir John Macpherson, had said he would consult with all leaders of the Nigerian peoples, the Egwemo Odudua felt it would be in a position to present a charter of inter-ethnic relations in Nigeria, which among other specifications would form the basis of a new federal constitution in Nigeria. When Laluke Akintola returned to Nigeria in March 1950, he found the political situation in Lagos and Yoruba land polarized between the NCNC and what was left of the Nigerian youth movement, who were also in the Egwemo Odudua. Now, if there's anything I think we've spoken about a number of times on this platform, is NYM and how it was dissolved, how it was formed. You find that in the video from the last session we had. Meet SLA, that was 2 days ago. It's important to know that NYM was the first nationalist organization that was broken or dissolved based on the antics of Zik. And what he used to destroy it was tribalism, right? And those who were left were also now with the Egwemo Odudua, and they were going to be the people who eventually joined Action Group much later in 1951. But please stay with me. We're almost done with the recap, and then we can get into today's reading. When Laluke Akintola returned to Nigeria in 1950, he found the political situation in Lagos and Yoruba land polarized between the NCNC and what was left of the Nigerian youth movement, who were also in the Egwemo Odudua. He immediately renewed his contact with the Lagos branch of the Egwemo Odudua. He had been kept informed of developments in Nigeria while he was in London through his regular correspondence with Drs. Akintola and Akinola Maja. When Laluke himself investigated the political situation of Lagos, he found to his chagrin that the so-called Egwemo Odudua and the NYM were weak, while Nnamdi Azikiwe bestrode the political scene like a colossus. Akintola, in a series of discussions with Dr. Akinola Maja, the Akereles, Bode Thomas, and Dr. Akintola, impressed it upon them that a new political party to champion the cause of the Yoruba must be formed if they were not to play second fiddle to the Igbo in the political evolution of Nigeria. Let me pause to quickly say something. So remember what we said before, that when this whole nationalist movement started in Nigeria, was started by Yoruba people. But again, they didn't. I don't think they would have had a lot of issue working with the Igbo if Azikiwe had not put the Igbo above every other group in Nigeria. I just want to put that out there to make sure that we have a balanced conversation. This is not that they were threatened because Igbos were getting in. They were threatened because Igbos were declaring domination and supremacy and superiority. And if you don't, so that you don't go with this mindset of, oh, we should have been detribalized. No, they did the right thing. You can't have a group come into your space, allowed to be part of the party, and then turn around to tell everybody that they are the ones who are supposed to lead everyone else. At that point, you have to create another group that ensures that your own people's interests are taken care of. Because that real party that first party that was nationalist in nature has been hijacked by one ethnic group. Let's continue. Please put our tap on TikTok. Thank you very much. By this time too, Obafemi Awolowo, who had an aversion for Lagos politics and politicians, was planning an independent move in Ibadan. In March 1950, Awolowo had sent letters to several people inviting them to his house in Ibadan to discuss a plan of action for Western Nigeria. To discuss a plan of action for Western Nigerian people to present a united front, which he claimed had been sadly lacking at the previous constitutional conferences before the impending McPherson constitutional proposals. Those who showed up at Awolowo's house in Ibadan numbered exactly 7. This was because many of those invited were put off by Awolowo's arrogance and high-handedness in inviting people to his house rather than calling a conference in a neutral place. Those who came to Awolowo's house justifiably felt that the fewer they were, the greater their share of honor. This was why they met and formulated plans to form a political party as soon as possible. Incidentally, one of those who attended the 7-man conference was J. Oladejo Adigun, a secretary of the Ibadan branch of the Ogbomoso Kwara, and also a protege of Ladoke Akintola, one whom Ladoke customarily sent to functions which he himself could not attend. At this time, Ladoke Akintola was the only lawyer from Ogbomoso, and as Akintola Ogunjumo, his former colleague as a teacher at Baptist Academy in the 1930s, often said, in those days, the Ogbomoso people never made a political move without the consent of Ladoke Akintola. Akintola himself had passed through Ibadan in March 1950 on his way from Lagos to Ogbomoso, newly returned from England. He had stopped at the Awolowos and they had discussed politics together, but he did not attend the meeting called by Awolowo. As a matter of fact, most of those who attended the meeting were political lightweights, but Akintola was smart enough to send a surrogate in the person of Oladejo Adigun. A year after the initial meeting at Awolowo's house, a proper meeting was summoned at Owo in Ondo province on April 28, 1951. Representatives from 24 administrative divisions of the Western region were present. Most of those present were members of the Egbe Modudua and others who had been members of the NYM, including people like Bode Thomas and Ladoke Akintola. The Lagos elite stayed away, apparently convinced they were too politically sophisticated to be led by people from the Lagos hinterland. By the way, when you hear Lagos elite, the Lagos elite was not Lagos state elite. Lagos is the town. I know I say it a lot, but it's important to repeat. Lagos elite is not the people in Lagos state. There was no Lagos town. So the people that live in that town are the ones you call Lagos elite. So if you're in Ikeja, you will not be a Lagos elite. You get the point? So a lot of people outside Lagos were in support of all of these things. But when we read the chapter on deluded hybrids in the book by Obi and Lagos, The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society, you'll understand a lot how those people used to behave back then. But we'll do that later. Okay? Somebody says Lagos Island. Yes, Lagos Island and some other parts that are not very far from that place. So let's continue. So it says here that the Lagos elite stayed away, apparently convinced they were too politically sophisticated to be led by people from the Yoruba hinterland. Maybe they have a point, because they were British subjects. They saw themselves as higher than every other group in Nigeria to start with. So that's why, by the way, Ayondele called them deluded hybrids. Many of them were neither here nor there. They didn't know that they were British. They were not British enough to be British, but they were not Nigerian enough to be Nigerian. Some of them were just in between. And Ayondele had the craziest words for them, especially when he mockingly said things like some of them would wear coats, right? They would wear coats and go for afternoon teas in Lagos, because they went to appear British, It's very funny. When we get to that book, we're going to get into all of those things that they used to do then, because they were British subjects. Anyway, they saw themselves as being too politically sophisticated to be led by people from Yoruba hinterland. Those who attended the conference, by the way, I'm sorry I'm stopping. I'm sorry. What you see with what GRV is doing right now, that's how they used to behave. When you see GRV saying that we got here in 19 Kiniko, people from that area, not all the people from that area, because a lot of them were also very aware of the Yorubaness. But some people from that area behave that way. When I start hearing things like we've been here since 18 something, and by the way, I've said it several times, there is no serious Yoruba person indigenous to any part of Yoruba land who goes around shouting the date his fathers have arrived in that land. If you're always talking about when you arrived, it shows that you are not indigenous. And I don't know why that guy is always doing that thing. We've been here since Kini Kontalo Bere Jolowe. But that's what you get from Kilo Kwegana. I shout to myself also. Sophisticated. And interestingly, you use that statement. You know what? Let me play you a video. Let me play an audio. We're still regional. I want to play something. I want you to listen to, so you can feel, you can understand that as it was, so it is. There was an interview a couple of years ago where Gbadebo was asked about Yoruba language, and he used that word sophistication. I like to connect things like that. Give me a second. I'm going to find you that video. And then we'll get back to this book. It's there, it's just down. Fine. Perfect. So take a listen, please.
So, number one, I'm sure you must have heard of Franca of Lake You, Ambody tried to pass in 2018. Are you still going to make Yoruba language the lingua franca of Lagos? That's number one.
I will not be in favor of making Yoruba the lingua franca of Lagos. Right? I will not do that.
Am I the only one who has lost Gbadebo?
No, same.
I guess the Orishas of Lagos took it personal.
That I will not be. I feel that Lagos has a lot more problems than making Yoruba the lingua franca of the state. And I say this because Lagos State has, yes, it shares a filial relationship with Yoruba land. It does. We have a culture of openness, of welcoming, and that's what made Lagos the center of excellence. It was not by your tribe or by the language that you spoke, it was by your excellence, because the people in Lagos were extremely exposed very, very early. And that also tied into the fight for freedom. The quality of people, educated minds that lived in Lagos could then challenge the British and say enough is enough, we want our independence. Long before Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe and all those people got on the bandwagon. You had the Henry Cars, you had their Jassas, you had their Denny Jones. All of these people were revolutionary in their thinking, in their openness, in their exposure. Right? It's very difficult to have your mind, what's the word? To have your mind increased or extended and to be able to go back into the rigid structure of being a bigot, right? But what I'm saying is, Lagos.
You talked about the rigid structure of being a bigot. So if you want to have Yoruba language as a lingua franca in Lagos, it is the rigid structure of a bigot. Someone said they didn't hear. Did everybody hear what? That was Gbadebo. That's why Gbadebo can never become anything politically in Yoruba land. You can't speak like that. Did you hear what he said? That's exactly the mindset of, before these other people came, before Awolowo, before Azikiwe, we already had people who were sophisticated, who were very, very educated, who were pushing these things. They were in Lagos. They mentioned about Macaulay. He mentioned Henry Cars, and he's right. Those were nationalists, right? But the thing is, see, if you read your history, Labo, you'll be in trouble. It is true that they were nationalists in nature. Interestingly, even those in Ibadan, e.g. Awolowo, who was in NYM in Ibadan, he also had that mindset of nationalism. Odutola, who was in Ijebu, because they were all in NYM together. The question that people should be asking is that what changed and when and why? What changed was what's the word now? Elevation of ethnicity above Nigeria when 1938. And why? Because Azikiwe wanted to show that these people were maybe superior to every other group. Right? And that's what you notice in that statement that he said when he said you cannot go from having that kind of mindset, excellent mindset, to going back to a restricted structure of being a bigot. In other words, to ask for Yoruba being a language in Lagos State is to be a bigot. And let me make something very clear. The work that those people they mentioned in Lagos did was not Lagos State. There was no Lagos State. And it's this kind of mindset that also would make some people say, oh, we don't have to be part of it. Meanwhile, you, by the way, it's happening right now. Some people are coming and say, oh, we are the ones that are in Lagos. There's a way we want to do our thing and everything. And I don't know. Oh, yes, Ibo Jinodu said it. He said Lagos had filial relationship with Yoruba land. Yeah, meaning it's not Yoruba land. Lagos has been Yoruba land before his fathers were born. It will be Yoruba land even after we have left. And some of us have many years to be around. We have many decades to be around to ensure that some clowns don't throw a common patrimony to people and shout, oh, he has. Imagine me saying that Ibadan has filial relationship with Yoruba land. It's not exactly Yoruba land, but it has filial relationship. Ebobu. Let's go to the book now. I also want to tell you that as it was, so it is. So when you hear people like Bible say what it says, it's coming from somewhere. When we get to that book, you guys will see fantastic stuff, and you think you're still looking at you're looking at today's news. The book, I promise we're going to get into it. Maybe after this or after this, the stuff on evolution of Christianity in Nigeria. All right, let's get into this. So when they started Action Group in 1951, folks in Lagos thought they were too sophisticated to be led by people from Yoruba hinterland. Those who attended the conference, which was lavishly hosted by the young, forceful, dynamic, and thoroughly modern Oba of Owo, His Highness Olateru Olagbegi, resolved to form the Action Group as... You guys are laughing. I told you I grew up in Ibadan. So Ibadan. By the way, wait. Sorry, people are laughing in the comment section. You know what Ebobu means, Abi? Sometimes the Ibadan in me shows up because, I mean, I was there until I left there. Ebo is what Ibadan will call Oyibo. Bu, Ibu, Kamburuku. Ebo means terrible English. They're speaking stupid English. You know, while destroying their country, we say, we have filial relationships. That's Ibadan and me. Again, like I said to someone yesterday, I rarely speak like this unless I'm with my brothers. But for some reason, I think I'm very comfortable on this platform. But it's true, Ebobu. I mean, there was a show on Inka Efele's radio station that they used to call Ebobu. No, they used to call, I don't even know the title of that. I don't know the title of that program, but the host, Tobaso Imbotioda, you will now say Ebobu no, so you will now try and correct it. So I think that's where I picked it up from. Janine Diasporan says, where did he get that thing by the ball? You know, someone said something about the king asking his father where he got the name from. Like if they are from royal family, because you can't be Gbadebo if you're not from a royal family. No, it's not Oyibo, Oribu. Oribu is from Nkambu. Nkambu is Nkantio Da. Oribu ni Oritio Da. So, Bu or Ibu is from Buruku. Oriburuku, Oribu. Nkamburuku, Nkambu. Ebo Buruku, Ebo Bu. So it's not about Ori. Don't worry. What was this? I'll teach you special Yoruba, special Ibadan dialect. If Ibadan people insult you, if Ibadan people insult you, let me make you laugh. Well, going back to this book, don't worry. I think I was in school at the time. I went home, and when a bus, I was on my way home. And it was, this was many years ago. It was many years ago. So then in Ibadan, there were more buses and taxis, unlike, now. So some of those buses, one of the women at the back just said, Oga driver, or they could say driver, because we don't have B, we don't have V in Yoruba language, you have B, so they call driver driver. Oga driver, who knows what that means? If other people insult you, even you will know that. Yes, Okola. When you call Tamoto, say, like, in other words, in case you don't understand Yoruba like that, what it means basically is that sell this vehicle and use the money to buy whatever part you need to that needs to be fixed in the vehicle. So I was like, man, I was just thinking about it. I was like, so if he sells the vehicle and he buys the part, where would he put it? Anyway, that's the Ibadan people for you. They can lolly log bisiwa. Well, sorrow. After I saw Loku. So I sorrow, I saw fantastic place, by the way. By the way, also in 1840, it was Ibadan who went to Oshogbo to make sure they stopped the Fulani, destroyed them thoroughly. Someone says we need to have our own DNA code as true Yoruba. I think we already do. One insulted years ago without any reason. Even this Kabisi that became king last week. Did you see what some women were saying when he was coming into a building, I think it was like a living room. And one of the women started shouting, Kabisi too, did not be. Somebody asked me what it meant. When I broke it, and the person was like, enter. But I'm not going to explain it in public. When they said Kabisi word, then if you know what they were talking about. All right, let's get back to the book. So yeah, we said that those in Lagos thought they were too politically sophisticated to be led by people from the Yoruba hinterland. Those who attended the conference, which was lavishly hosted by the young, forceful, dynamic, and thoroughly modern Oba of Owo, His Highness Olateru Olagbegi, resolved to form the Action Group as a political party to fight for independence and to ensure Yorubas a place in the political sun of Nigeria. The party, when formed, was heavily dependent on the goodwill of the Obas in Western Nigeria, who used their influence to persuade, cajole, or force their people into it. Explaining the reason for forming the Action Group, Obafemi Awolowo told his listeners that both inside and outside the NCNC, anybody who appeared to be a threat to Azikiwe, difficult to surmise the intentions of Azikiwe and his NCNC press. They were engaged in a calculated effort to frighten away decent citizens from public life, to collect a motley crowd of degreed mediocrity and lackeys, the Orizus, the Mbadiwes, the Ojikes, eating out of Azikiwe's hands, and thus to pave the way for a dictator. For unless the best brains in all parts of the country were afforded through a well-organized political party, the country will fall into the hands of well-organized brigands, ignorant and unprincipled demagogues, peddling nationalism for the sake of their stomachs. I approve. Papa was right. Azikiwe's strategy, again, God bless Nigeria, happy independence to everybody, but let's not make it look as if history should be forgotten, especially when folks who should be covering their faces in shame choose to insult Awu and tell you people that they have done something that we've never done. Since the late 40s, especially in the early 50s, the person who has championed the idea of unitary system most in Nigeria was Azikiwe, and his dream was accomplished about 15 years later in 1966. And the way he moved also was to ensure the dominance of his own ethnicity, and then they turn around and call you tribalist. The Action Group emerged between 1950 and 1952 as the best organized party. It also had a newspaper, the Nigerian Tribune, which was owned and for a while edited by Obafemi Awolowo. Even at this early stage, Obafemi Awolowo made sure effective control of the party was in his hands. He deliberately shunned Lagos because he regarded the place as a hotbed of intrigues and blackmail. Ibadan then became the focal point of politics in the western region, which still regarded Lagos as an integral part of itself. Thus, the defeat of the in 1951 marked the triumph of party organization, regionalism, and federalism over the loosely articulated New Africa Creed of Azikiwe and the NCNC's commitment to unitary government. So, two things you heard there: New Africa, unitary government. And in case you were not here when we talked about it, make no mistakes, what Iransi did in 1966, he did not do alone. There was an Nwokedi report, even though he was the only person who said they should have a unitary system, was Igbo. The people that worked with him in the political party at the time, they were Igbo. The idea of unitary system predated himself even becoming the GOC in the early 60s. So it just tells you that all this commitment of the NCNC to unitary government stuff was actually something that he had put inside people. Meanwhile, there's also something very interesting. I think I should read it. It's not to this topic, but I think I should also, because I've mentioned NCNC, let me also read something to you. Which is why we tell Yoruba people to be very careful how they are influenced by certain people. This stuff I'm about to read was written by a Northerner who happened to be a Zikist. A Northerner who happened to be a Zikist. And he wrote this in 1948, by the way. He wrote it in West African Pilot on Tuesday, September 28, 1948. Take a listen to this. The writer is Habib Raji. Sorry, he's even Yoruba, sir. He's Yoruba. Habib Raji Abdullahi. Habib Raji Abdullahi. Or maybe he has connection with the North, because there's some Yoruba people like that. But that's not even the point. The point is that he was Zikist. So listen to what he wrote. It has become the habit of Lagos armchair politicians to think. By the way, the title of this thing is Lagos, the Nigerian town. It has become the habit of Lagos armchair politicians to think and talk in terms of Lagos alone when discussing Nigerian national affairs. It is not even uncommon to hear them talk in uncomplimentary terms whenever occasion offers of the provincial Yorubas. We know today the pomposity and arrogance which lie hidden behind the meaning of the terms Omoeko, Araoke, Gambari, and Kobokobo. I contend that Lagos, with due defense to a position as the capital of Nigeria today, is only an infinitesimal part of the whole vastness known as Nigeria. If a Nigeria went to smithereens, there could possibly be no Lagos, but a Lagos might go earth to earth, ashes to ashes, and dust to dust, and there yet remain enough of Nigeria to live on comfortably. We provincials do not recognize the claims of those who call themselves sole masters of Lagos. Lagos is a Nigerian metropolitan town, and the mere fact that some people have been accidentally born and bred in Lagos does not alter the fact that every Nigerian is concerned over the destiny of the capital of Nigeria. A Sheffield man, I suppose, is as much concerned about the fate of London as a Londoner is, and of his own Sheffield. If any people could claim Lagos at all, those people would be the Edos whose kings brought their slaves into the island to work on their farms. But that is the history of long ago. Again, it was published in West African Pilot, September 28, 1948. In Lagos today, we have Yoruba from various kingdoms of Yoruba land and so on and so forth. The point I'm trying to make is that, there are two things you see here. Number one is a Yoruba person telling folks in Lagos to stop acting like they are better than everybody. Number two is also the rhetoric that you find in Zikism about Lagos, that it belongs to all. So on the one hand, you see a person pushing back at this pomposity exhibited by certain sections of Lagos. By the way, Lagos, of course, will be Lagos Island, or, the capital. And then on the other hand, you see certain narratives that you see here today from certain parts of Nigeria, where you say it belongs to everybody, you can't just lay claim to it alone. And I just like to read that. Sometimes I may leave the book, but we are still together. Let's go on. The Macpherson Constitution was a bold attempt to democratize the organs of... Again, the book is Akintola, His Life and Works by Akintola. The Macpherson Constitution was a bold attempt to democratize the organs of government and to involve Nigerians in this effort. Detractors of the action group said their defeat was a triumph of tribalism, ethnicism, and vote buying over commitment to unity and early independence. There were elements of truth in all this. There is no doubt that the action group as a party was well financed and that the efficient party machine was well served by its connection with traditional Yoruba leadership. The victory of the action group in the West, however, had great political ramifications. The NCNC could no longer claim it represented the political aspirations of all Nigerians. This break in the nationalist ranks was partly caused by Nnamdi Azikiwe himself. His undisguised campaign for Igbo primacy in Nigeria through sensationalist reporting of Igbo triumphs, whether on the field of play at a soccer match or far away in America or England, served to detract from his national following, especially when he failed to report Yoruba or Hausa Fulani triumphs in these areas. While his paper served to inspire the Igbo people to catch up with the educationally more advanced Yoruba, it unintentionally succeeded in creating a siege mentality among the Yoruba, which Obafemi Awolowo and his action group exploited. The coming together of Akintola and Awolowo in the action group was easily foreseeable. Akintola had been in the NYM, had edited its organ, the Daily Service, and his oratorical skill and mastery of the Yoruba language, unparalleled by any other public figure in his time, made him much more indispensable to the new party than even Bode Thomas, who was, like Awolowo, a very arrogant and aloof person. From the very inception of the action group, Akintola was chosen a member of the National Executive as well as the party's legal advisor. His role in the new party was decisive in selling the party in his hometown, where his influence with the Ogomosho Parapor proved very useful. Just before the Macpherson Constitution came into effect in December 1951, Ladoke Akintola was sent by the action group to make contact with progressive elements in the United Kingdom and also to lobby members of the British House of Commons to support future plans of the action group, particularly the party stand that Nigeria could only develop peacefully along federalist lines. Since Akintola, through his legal and political activities in England from 1946 to 1950, had made friends there, the party gave him latitude to meet with anybody who might be useful to the action group and be of help in the realization of the political aspirations of Western Nigerians. His mission, in his own words, was a huge success. He met and had discussions with Fenner Brockway, Hugh Gateskill, Michael Andingo Foot, whose brother Hugh Foot had been Governor Macpherson's chief secretary. The party felt he had done a good job to the extent that he was one of the 5 delegates who represented the action group in the Constitutional Conference that met in London towards the end of 1951 to put finishing touches on the Macpherson Constitution. Early in 1953 again, he and his good friend, the affable, if hard-drinking and fun-loving Ishekiri lawyer Chief Arthur Press, were sent to London to support unsuccessfully the case of the Western region against the separation of Lagos from the West. In all this, Ladoke Akintola's reputation so grew within the party and in the country as a whole that he soon earned the nickname Envoy Extraordinary of the Action Group. In all he did, Ladoke continued to be very thorough, and in his position in the inner circle of the Action Group, he proved his mettle so soon that by 1951, when the Macpherson Constitution came into being, he found himself elected to go to Lagos as one of the representatives of the Western region in the new House of Representatives. So what you're hearing here basically is this. Way back in 51, Akintola was in the Federal House of Rep, while Papa was leading the region. Okay, and again, like I said, this is the reason we took this route, so that we can actually know the trajectory and how they moved, so that we don't just start from, oh, he became premier, oh, he went, the other person went to Lagos, and Papa said, give me your seat. People say it a lot, even elders say it, but it is wrong. But we're going to get into all of those things in this series. Shortly thereafter, he became under Sir John Macpherson, Central Minister of Labour. This ministry was regarded as a particularly difficult one and political dynamite. The reason for this was a charged atmosphere in the ministry's relationship with workers following the shooting to death of 21 miners and the wounding of 51 of them at Enugu coal mines by the British colonial administration on November 18, 1949. after a labor management dispute and industrial action. The events leading to this tragedy were connected with nationalist agitation for the constitutional reforms hitherto mentioned. Workers who had been poorly paid were told by some members of the Zikist movement. Listen to this, so please pay attention. Workers who were poorly paid were told by some members of the Zikist movement that the British management staff of the coal mines was deliberately withholding the payment of salary arrears to coal miners. After a protracted strike, the management feared that irate workers and their nationalist cohorts might make use of explosives from the mines, decided to remove them by armed escort. Demonstrating workers who felt that once the explosives had been taken, management could close down the mines and throw workers into unemployment tried to prevent the removal of the explosives in spite of the presence of armed escort. Upon the approach of the escort, the workers refused to leave and blocked the entrance to the mines. This was the signal for a general fusillade on protesting miners and their wives. The government, in response to a countrywide outcry about the behavior of the trigger-happy policemen, set up a commission of inquiry. The report recommended, for one thing, the establishment of a Ministry of Labor in Nigeria. It was believed that the establishment of this ministry, staffed by knowledgeable people, would in the future ensure the labor disputes will be professionally handled. The ministry had hardly been set up when Akintola was appointed as its minister. This ministry, according to one commentator, was sought after by Akintola as a test of his competence. The commentator wrote, "When the Enugu Commission recommended the establishment of a Ministry of Labor to raise the Department of Labor to a higher level of importance, because the question of industrial relations is one of the paramount problems of administration in West Africa today, few people wondered who the minister was to be, for this question was submerged in general constitutional matters. Yet, when Nigeria's general elections were over, the question emerged very clearly, and there was speculation about the party and the person who would accept this important but politically dangerous job. It says much for the courage of the action group, and even more for the courage of the minister, that Samuel Akintola, then 41 years old, actually asked for the job. If indeed it is true that Ladoke Akintola asked for the job, he must have been a very courageous man. This is so because the workers still remember that he had written an editorial in the Daily Service criticizing the general strike of 1945. We talked about that the last time. And the stand he took then still rankled in their hearts. The Governor General, Sir John Macpherson, may well have given him this ministry in order to make his job so difficult that he would have very little time for politics and speech making. Ladoke may have wanted to prove that he was not an enemy of Nigerian workers, as he was made out to be. He accepted the job of Minister of Labor with eagerness and tremendous enthusiasm. He told the country extensively to talk to trade union members about the importance of effective and efficient trade union organization. He was of the opinion that management would not respect leaders of the Nigerian labor movement until the leaders themselves had shown a high sense of responsibility through sound organization and management of their unions. What emerged from this tour of the country was that trade union leaders were poorly maintained due to lack of funds for regular salaries. This situation itself reflected the absence of a centralized organization. Consequently, trade union leadership were usually misfits, idlers, and those who had nothing to do. These were strong words for a minister who was expected to be publicly conciliatory to labor, but his style was to tell the truth and let the devil be damned. The truth is, like I say, he's talking about what we have right now. It is well. He was in fact sincerely concerned about the caliber of trade union leaders in Nigeria, and he unfairly expected them to be comparable to those he had known in England. His message to Nigerian labor was that they should not expect less work for more pay just because a Nigerian was Minister of Labor. He made it quite clear that independence, whenever it came, would mean a lot of toil and pain if Nigeria was to catch up with more developed countries. While addressing the 12th Conference of the Association of Nigerian Railways Civil Servants, which opened on the 3rd of June 1952 at Lisha B. Hall, Ebute Metta, Lagos, Ladoke Akintola made known his expectations from and hopes for the Nigerian trade union movement by saying, quote, This is my fifth meeting with a delegate conference of trade unions since I assumed office as Minister of Labour. I will confess to you that I have been impressed at each meeting by the growing consciousness among delegates of the great responsibility which the new constitution has thrust upon trade unions. You will be expected to draw from the past a stock of experience which will guide you in the discharge of the task that lies ahead. You are fortunate in being privileged to play a major part in shaping the destiny of the people of Nigeria. We are now masters of our own destiny. We now wear a garb and assume a new responsibility. This is a time for adjustment. Trade union practices which are out of date will need to be cast aside, and new methods will have to be found to fit in with the new order. Time it was when the popularity of a trade union leader depended on the amount of antagonism he could justifiably or otherwise foment between management and labor. Perhaps, taking all the circumstances into consideration, that was inevitable at the time. The consequent ill feeling among people whose success depended on cooperation has done neither management nor labor any good. A new day has dawned. There must be a reorientation of ideas on both sides of the fence. Management and labor must learn to be friends. They are both essential parts of industry. An employer of labor who is arrogant, dictatorial, and overbearing, like a labor leader who is insolent, crude, and unreasonable, cannot promote mutual understanding between management and labor. The time is seriously overdue for both of them, like the circumstances, to become extinct in order to further the spirit of mutual understanding. I think it is essential that there be constant consultations between management and labor. I do not mean the type of consultation which takes place during the time of crisis. It must be consistent, friendly, continuous, educative, and creative. Proper joint consultation should not be concerned only when the question of the workers' demands or with problems facing workers. It must also concern itself with the problems of the industry. Oh boy, this is longo. More continue, ba? Management had its own problems. Management has its own problems. If both sides are prepared to play the game, there's no doubt a happy industrial relation would be established in this country. And we need nothing more at the time when we are all clamoring for industrialization. The greatest gift which trade unionism bestows on workers is the privilege of free association. It must, however, be borne in mind that the right of collective bargaining goes together with the duty of collective obligation. Those who claim a fair deal from the employer must accept that they too owe a duty of a fair deal from the employer. Something's happening. I'm seeing something on YouTube. I'm not seeing it on TikTok. What's happening? I don't know what's happening, but let's continue so I don't get distracted. Where was I? The greatest gift which trade unionism bestows on workers is the privilege of free association. It must, however, be borne in mind that the right of collective bargaining goes together with the duty of collective obligation. Those who claim a fair deal from the employer must accept that they too owe a duty of a fair deal to the employer. We intend to see that every workman in this country gets a fair remuneration for his labor, but the state and your employers can only do so if you play your full part in producing the wealth, without which our hopes and wishes will only remain a dream. I am not happy about the present position of most trade unions. Meetings are poorly attended, except during the time of crisis. Subscriptions are rarely paid. In order that you may be able to discharge your duty as trade union members and as citizens, it is necessary that you strengthen your unions. The funds of the unions must be kept in a healthier state in order, among other things, to attract or retain honest and intelligent leaders who deserve to be well paid. These, unquote, these are not the words of a minister of labor who would pander to the demands of Nigerian labor leaders simply because power was gradually being transferred to Nigerians. Akintola made sure he impressed upon the labor leaders whenever he met them that with power goes responsibility. A close study of his choice of words leaves no doubt, which is a sine qua non of economic growth and development. As a politician, he cleverly made it appear that Nigerian labor and politicians were in the same boat and that they were either going to sink or swim together. This was a wise way of deflating their unrealistic expectations of Nigerians at this time, that once the people were in control, manna would fall from heaven. Ladoke Akintola handled the situation very well. Early in 1953, he traveled throughout eastern Nigeria, visiting the colliery at Enugu and addressing the workers, promising compensation to the families of those who had lost their breadwinners in the unfortunate episode of 1949. All this time, he was firm but fair, and he was such an adroit politician that he appeared to be on several sides of a dispute without the antagonist really knowing where he stood. If you're on TikTok, please tab this is showing activity. Thank you. If you're on TikTok, please tab. That thing was showing activity just now. Let's go on. By the way, I know all these things may not sound very interesting because we just want to hear about what happened between him and Awolowo, but I think it's important, and I'm sure you understand why we're doing this. We want to actually know the person, not just be talking about the issues. All right. His trip to eastern Nigeria was preparatory to his first official trip outside Nigeria in his capacity as minister. As Minister of Labor, Akintola visited Santa Isabel in the Spanish island of Fernando Po in February 1953. Nigerians constituted the majority of the island's plantation workers. On his own initiative, he invited his old boss and friend, Ernest Sikoli, who was then a representative of the London Times, to accompany the official party. Akintola held discussions with the governor of the island and with the island's Chamber of Industry and Agriculture, impressing upon them the importance of mutual goodwill between Nigeria and Fernando Po. By the way, I don't know if you've seen this. There was a video that was trending a while back where somebody said that his people were originally, that they were the ones who peopled Fernando Po in ancient times. I don't know if you saw that video. I don't want to talk about where he's from, but if you have seen the video, you will know what I'm talking about. That is, people in ancient times populated different parts of Africa, including Fernando Po. That happened during colonial era. They were taken there to work on the plantations. They did not get there in ancient times, unless, of course, ancient time began in the 20th century. Anyway, Akintola was there to help them settle their stuff. He also made it quite clear, as the first Nigerian in a position to negotiate with Spanish authorities, that his government would view as an unfriendly act continued ill treatment of Nigerian immigrant laborers in Fernando Po. By the way, you know where these people are from, by the way? The Nigerian immigrants who were working in Fernando Po at the time. Where do you think they were from? Let's just have some engagement. This will also help the life to make sure that we don't have, inactivity. So where were they from? What part of Nigeria do you think they were from? The ones who were laborers in the Spanish island? I'm waiting for responses. Yeah, you are right. You're right. I built no delay. So they were primarily Igbo. They were the ones they had to move. Again, we already talked about why they had to move. But it wasn't like they've been there in ancient times. They moved there during colonial era to work. Let's go on. So he says, he also made it quite clear, as the first Nigerian in a position to negotiate with Spanish authorities, that his government would view as an unfriendly act continued ill treatment of Nigerian immigrant laborers in Fernando Po. He stayed on the island for a week, personally studying problems of Nigerians there. And by the time that he left, he had succeeded in persuading the authorities there that the wages of the workers must be considerably improved to keep the workers above the poverty line, and subsistence wages hitherto paid them. He also got the Fernando Po authorities to grant the Nigerian laborers the liberty to break their labor contracts, provided they gave reasonable notice of their intention to their employers. He deplored the practice whereby Spanish planters on the island failed to comply with the labor treaty between them and Nigeria. First signed in He deplored the practice whereby Spanish planters on the island failed to comply with the labor treaty between them and Nigeria, first signed in 1942 and renewed in 1950. before Akintola visited the island. He also got the Spanish authorities to agree to contribute to a welfare fund for the education of the children of Nigerian laborers in Fernando Po. When some Nigerian critics wondered why Ladoke Akintola did not recommend the abrogation of the treaty, he replied that abrogation would not stop the traffic, that it might even lead to the worsening of the situation since immigrants would rather go to Fernando Po illegally because of the lack of job opportunities at home than remain unemployed in heavily populated southeastern Nigeria. But some of you are very good scholars. You already gave the answer. Chief Akintola later signed an agreement with the Spanish authorities in 1952, which was largely responsible for the amelioration of the conditions of the workers in Fernando Po. While Minister of Labour, he continued to combine party work with government responsibilities. This was, of course, to be expected because the action group of which he was legal advisor was still very young and required vigilance in order to make sure its enemies did not subvert it. I don't want to stay on that Fernando Po thing because it would take me to other books. But it is what it is. Illegal migration in the 1940s into the 1950s is equal to indigenous rights. Anyway, we'll continue. So it says here that while Minister of Labour, he continued to combine party work with government responsibilities. This was, of course, to be expected because the action group of which he was legal advisor was still very young and required vigilance in order to make sure its enemies did not subvert it. In this capacity, he went with J.O. Adigun, a member of the Western House of Assembly and fellow Bomoshoman, to the Gold Coast, that's Ghana, in June 1952 to meet with Kwame Nkrumah, who was just steering the Gold Coast home on the tortuous and difficult course of independence. While in the Gold Coast, he linked the fortunes of the action group with that of the Convention People's Party of Nkrumah, and after studying the party's organization in order to see what the action group could learn from it, he issued a statement to the effect that the fight has begun for freedom, full, absolute, and unadulterated freedom. There shall be no going back until we have established a free and independent West Africa where there shall be freedom for all and life more abundant. The action group, in accepting to take part in the Macpherson government, made it quite clear that the acceptance was based on the understanding that the constitution, even though imperfect, must be used as a stepping stone to political autonomy and independence. It was the party's belief that independence must be granted by Britain in 1956, and that if this did not happen, Britain should not expect cooperation from the action group. This was the background for the constitutional crisis that was precipitated by the action group in 1953. The Macpherson Constitution, as stated earlier, led to the creation of the Council of Ministers in the center, Lagos. This council consisted of 12 Nigerian ministers, 4 from each region. The council was headed by the British governor. Within were the 3 lieutenant governors who rarely attended the meetings. In attendance also were the chief secretary, the financial secretary, and the attorney general. In essence, then, there were 12 Nigerian and 7 British representatives. Most of the members from the north, however, were not professional politicians, but rather representatives of the political status quo, and they tended to vote along with the British in all matters, apparently out of conviction that the demand for independence now of the Southerners was not in the interest of the Northern Nigerians, first of all, because the North felt that it was not ready for independence, and secondly, because the Northerners felt that independence now, or in 1956, as the action group was demanding, was unrealistic, and that even if it were possible, the North would end up as a poor relation to the economically more developed South. Let me pause to quickly say something. There's a video that somebody sent to me a few days ago. Next on YouTube. Somebody sent me a video a few days ago, an elderly man. Again, let me quickly say something here. Age doesn't confer knowledge or wisdom. Just because an elderly person said something doesn't automatically make it true. Doesn't automatically make it true. A person could be gray-haired and still be ignorant, with all due respect. So somebody sent a video to me where an elderly person said, oh, Awolowo went to a meeting and then he just said we want independence, but he did not have any conversations with Azikiwe or the North. When he now got there, people talk about Nigerian history as if it's our law. When they now got there, the Northerner now looked at Azikiwe, that has he spoken to you? Azikiwe now said no. The Azikiwe now wrote a letter and now said he should agree with the North. Then that's how we didn't gain independence, because Awolowo did not talk to Azikiwe. It's nonsense. It was said by an elder. The elder knows nothing about what he's talking about. The truth of the matter is this: 1953, even when they went against what they wanted, what did they do? They stormed out of their house. So the question is, what happened after the AG group, the AG members left the House of Representatives? Zik and NCNC went to meet them. The real issue is this: often, at least before 1954 conference in London, Zik will usually almost vote just like the folks in Action Group were voting. You see that in 51, right? The Legislative Council in Lagos. You see that in 51. You also see that in 53 when you're talking about having to gain independence. It was only the North that was against it. The East was not against it at that time, because that would even quicken the vision they had in 44 anyway. That's why, again, respect elders, but if it's history, ask for sources. Did I give any source today on this week's talk? Yeah, Legislative Council report. I think I shared it one time like that, where you see how when they were talking about the North getting 50% of the seats, the West had a particular stance. Azikiwe was with the West for that, but Azikiwe, to play in his Koni way, his party in the East was for it, but he being in the West, he was against it. But NCNC was actually supporting NPC on that matter. But in the matter of independence, no. NPC stood alone against the South. That's East and West. I hope I answered the question, but I didn't play the video, so you probably won't get the context. But the point is just to say that the idea that Awolowo was left alone, and Akintola, and Zik and Amotekun were doing something together, is just it's just a figment of people's imagination. In reality, what happened was that the North would vote along with the British because they didn't want independence at the point. And let me also say this: it's easy to also blame the North for not wanting independence in 1956 until you understand what they were like or what the situation was at the time. So number one, I might just quickly explain that, you see, in the early days of amalgamation and those things, even before then, but particularly after amalgamation, Lord Lugard had this very interesting policy where missionaries were not allowed to go up north. Missionaries were not allowed to go up north, and it was intentional because it would upset the balance that the Fulani aristocracy had in the north at the time. So in other words, the missionaries not being allowed to go northward will help secure the political interest of the British in the north. However, it produces a disadvantage where the North now did not have enough educated people, Western educated people, to be able to take charge of governance and different things. And that's why they were behind, and that's why they are still behind today. But I think, but at least now it's a lot better. They've made a lot of advancement, as you say, better than what it used to be at the time. So that's one of the reasons they didn't want to do it. That also the way the British organized them at the time, they were like Siamese twins, right? They were doing things together, unlike the West and the East that had their mind of their own. They didn't at the time because the aristocracy was working with the British anyway. And so when you read here that they were always voting along the lines, they're always voting along with the British in all matters, it's because of the structure of Nigeria at the time, which also tells us that the idea that, oh, they use religion to do something in the South it may not be exactly what people are thinking. But when we're discussing the evolution of Christianity, we'll mention that in subsequent sessions. Let's go on. So it says here that Most of the members from the North, however, were not professional politicians, but rather representatives of the political status quo, and they tended to vote along with the British in all matters, apparently out of conviction that the demand for independence now of the Southerners was not in the interest of the Northern Nigerians. First of all, because the North felt that it was not ready for independence, and secondly, because the Northerners felt that independence now, or in 1956, as the Action Group was demanding, was unrealistic, and that even if it were possible, the North would end up as a poor relation to the economically more developed South. Thus, when this came up for discussion in the Council of Ministers, the Western Regional Group, including Ladoke Akintola, Arthur Prest, Chief Bode Thomas, and Sir Adesoji Aderemi, the Ooni of Ife, supported it. The NCNC representatives were lukewarm, and the NPC opposed it. Any observer would have seen that the motion for independence in 1956, tabled in March 1953, by Chief Anthony Enahoro in federal legislature, stood no chance of being passed yet. Under the inspiration of Chief Awolowo, Enahoro pressed the motion for independence in 1956. The motion ended in a deadlock, and the NCNC was split in two. The Action Group, having failed to push the House along, walked out with a faction of the NCNC, and the House session had to be adjourned. Before the walkout, Sir Adesoji Aderemi, the Ooni of Ife, and Oba, ostensibly without any political affiliation or sympathy, but generally known to be inclined towards the Action Group, resigned as Central Minister. Bode Thomas, Akintola, and Arthur Prest, all representing the Action Group and the Western region, followed his example by resigning from the cabinet. The Northerners, after being jeered at and booed, withdrew and went back to the North in anger. The episode left a permanent impression on Sir Ahmadu Bello, the Sardauna of Sokoto, whose opinion of Akintola and Bode Thomas was that Bode Thomas was not a likable man. This is Sardauna speaking now. Bode Thomas was not a likable man. He was a clever lawyer, but was ungracious and arrogant and never went out of his way to help. It is not surprising that the Action Group thought a lot of him, for he was the kind of political bulldozer they admired and wanted. They have named a dredger after him in Lagos Harbour. It is not inappropriate when you think of its functions. He thought we were a lot of uneducated savages and never attempted to conceal this opinion. He is dead now, but no one was really surprised that a veil of mystery and suspicion cloaked the circumstances of his death. Akintola was very different. I'll take that again. Akintola was a very different kind of man. He was quick and could be friendly and interested in all around him. Somebody says, why would they attach education with missionary activity? Education could have been allowed alone. How? Who do you think actually educated people in Nigeria? It was not British government though. It was the missionaries. Where the missionaries went, education followed, health services followed. Where they didn't go, there was no education. And that's why I tell people all this thing of the British are always using the missionaries. I mean, there were cases, not really in Nigeria to be honest, where that happened. But as far as education is concerned, in the evolution of politics in Nigeria, you actually have more. You have the CMS to thank more than the British government. They will set up schools and even fund it, and it also became a tool for evangelization or for evangelism. So the church will tell you the benefits of sending your children to school and things like that. I mean, Wesley College in Ibadan, for instance, would even give you free education, and then you sign a bond. Maybe if you work for them for like 2, 3, 4 years or whatever, depending on how many years you spend in the school, you work for them as a teacher to teach the kids. Just about every school you had in Nigeria in the early 20th century, even into the mid 20th century, were actually funded primarily by missionary organizations. And most of them were not allowed to go into the core north. The farthest they could go was Middle Belt. That's like that Jos, Taraba area. That was it. The Plateau area. But up north, they didn't go there because it would affect the political balance of the core northern states, where the Fulani held sway and feudalism was the order of the day. And even then, when they opened up, how did they open up in the north? It was first to the children of the emirs and the aristocrats. And that's why I say we're going to have the conversation. The children of the emirs, the aristocrats' children, they were the first people that eventually now got the opportunity to go to school. And even they didn't for everybody. So all those free education things that we were doing in the Southwest in the 50s, at that time, towards the late 50s, they not then wanted to try what Papa was trying, but even that they couldn't succeed, they had to stop because of money. You know, so the real issue is, what was the advantage also turned out to be a disadvantage. The advantage was that they could hold on to power without having anybody educating anybody and making anybody Christian. The reason also is because, see, you cannot have the kind of feudal society the North had at the time they had it if the people were not Muslims. Why? Because factored into the creation of that system was Islam. This seems actually quite sensitive, but I hope you get the point. Islam was a major tool that they used, right? It was a major tool they used in creating that political structure. Again, this is not a moral conversation. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. Just listen dispassionately. They used that religion to create the structure. It's still a tool today in political discourses in the North, good or bad. That's not my point. So if you start introducing Christianity to the core North, the basis where those people were, the basis of the loyalty of the fealty towards the feudal lords and the aristocrats will be weakened. Therefore, the idea that you could have an indirect rule system in the North will become impossible. In other words, when Lugard got to the North, when he saw the political structure of the North, he discovered that it was the easiest place to rule, because the Fulanis have already created a structure that worked. Again, I'm not here to say it's good or bad. I don't know why I'm repeating this, because it's important. The thing is, the Fulani already created a structure that worked. They created a system, and they've been running it for a bit before the British arrived. Therefore, all the British had to do was to plug in, and they had the indirect rule system, and it was so perfect that they decided to now replicate it in other regions, which was why they tried this in our region in the West, in the West, because after all, we have kings. They have kings, so they will do the same thing, only to discover that our kings did not have absolute powers like the emirs and the sultan. Our own kings don't have absolute powers. There are checks and balances, which was also why they then decided to break the other institutions apart from the executive in Yoruba land. So what we had at the time is what you would call like a constitutional monarchy. A constitutional monarchy where you had the monarch as like the executive, but you also had the legislature, you had the judiciary, and you have checks and balances. What the British did was to weaken the other arms and leave only the executive and his cabinet, and then they became the powers that be, providing the checks if necessary. For the most part, it was unnecessary, by the way, which now made the kings become drunk on power. So when you notice that, for instance, they will say things like, it was because Ogboni, for instance, who were the judiciary at the time, they had already been silenced. And that's also why you notice that when Olufumi Ransom Kuti and everything, they couldn't get the Ogboni to help. The Ogboni and themselves had to write a letter to the Queen, because that's where the power will now come from. All right, so the king was only subservient to the foreign powers, which was a huge disappointment to the British, because they didn't expect to have that kind of thing in Yoruba land. But they still succeeded in Yoruba land, because eventually they got the kings to deputize for them. By the time they got to the east, they had issues because those ones don't have any centralized authority, right? So what I'm saying is that the ones that gave them peace the most was the North. And factored into the structure the North had created was Islam. And to introduce Christianity into those areas would upset the balance. Therefore, they told the missionaries not to go up north. And if the missionaries did not go up north, there will be no schools in those places, because missionaries usually go with schools and hospitals as a way to enlighten the people and, also evangelize and proselytize and bring them to Christ. They will give them something more than just the word. So they will talk about, mind, body, that's where schools and hospitals come in. So if you stop them from going up, that means that you have very few schools in the northern part, which now ensured that the Northerners were less Western educated than any other group in Nigeria. So it was politically advantageous, but it was advantageous only to the leaders, not to the people. It was disadvantageous to the people, especially academically or educationally. All right, let's get back to the book now. I hope I answered the question. Where were we? Okay, we're reading the opinion of the Sultan of Sokoto about Akintola and Bode Thomas. Someone says political expediency over spread of Christianity. You get it. You get it. If you stop Christianity, you don't bring darkness with that, because who go teach you book? So, but to be fair, they were educated, they learned I mean, if you notice what I also said, I didn't say they were not educated, I said they were not Western educated. So for instance, they had Ajami. Okay, so they will not be able to, geez, I think I closed the page. Okay, they will not be able to write using Latin script like we have here. So if you look at your screen right now, you see Busui, that's B-U-S-U-I-I, that's Latin script. The alphabet, the 26 alphabets are based on Latin script, right? But for the North, it was based on Arabic, and they had a special script that they used. Yoruba also used it, by the way, the Muslims amongst us. It's called Ajami. And by the way, I think I should also stop to explain something. If you look at our Naira notes, you know, there was a time, again, we have to be very careful with all this Islamization thing. Maybe it's there, but I don't think people that actually talk about it even know what they're talking about. They said, oh, there is Arabic on Naira notes because of Islamization. They are trying to Islamize Nigeria. That's why you have Arabic on Naira notes. That thing you have on Naira notes is not Arabic, it's Hausa. But the script they use is Ajami. If you show that script to somebody in Saudi Arabia, they will not know what you have written, no. It's like showing Adebusui to somebody from England. It doesn't know what it is, even though it is Latin script that he also uses. To make matters interesting, the Ajami is not Arabic script. It's just based on Arabic style, but it's a separate script on its own. Right? So what they did, and I think we should also talk about it. What you notice, and I think I said it before, if you look at the logo of Nigerian Army, you see there, if you look at, no, it's not Arabic letters. It's not Arabic letters. Please stay with me. It's not Arabic at all. It's Ajami. But it's Hausa letters. How do I explain this? Good. You know, Chinese characters. You know, out of that Chinese characters, other cultures develop their own characters from the Chinese characters. So we don't have, I mean, there are different groups around that that have their own way of writing based on the Chinese character, but it's not Chinese character. So they have their own character, number one. Number two, they're now writing their own stuff based on their own language. So what it means basically is that, number one, that character is not understandable to the Arabic person, to the Arab. Then what the person has written in Ajami, the Arab too could not read it. Right? Again, the word is not Arabic. The word is Hausa. So, I wish I had those old notes. When you see them look like this on 10 Naira, what you are seeing is not Arabic. It's Naira Goma. Goma is 10 Abi? Yes. What's on that area? Local Goma. I used to remember. Goma. So what if you show that thing to somebody from Saudi Arabia, they will not know anything about it because it is not their language and it's not even their script. So they will write it. It looks like Arabic, but it's Ajami. So it's Naira Goma. They will write on one Naira, they will write Daya. But what I'm saying basically is this. That was their own way of educating themselves. So they were educated using Ajami. They were educated in Arabic texts and also to read and write Hausa in Ajami. For instance, in Yoruba land, we also read and wrote Yoruba in Ajami before the British, especially in areas where we had Muslims. and it spread across West Africa. So Ajami wasn't even just for Nigerians. West Africans used Ajami. Okay, so they had that. The only issue now is that nobody cares about Ajami for administration of state. Most of the documents that we have that speak about Yoruba people back in the day, there's a document from 1630. No, 1540 or so. It was in the 16th century by Ahmed Baba. It was written in Ajami. The one from 1353, I think, was written in Arabic. That's from Ibn Battuta. Right? So the issue is that, yes, they could read, but they could read only in Ajami. And also, interestingly, some of them cannot read anything in Quran. But at least they could read and write in Ajami. But here's the issue. The world is going west. They had nobody educated in the Western ways. And someone says there's also Ajami Yoruba script. There's no Ajami Yoruba script. There's Ajami script with Yoruba alphabet. Oh boy, this thing is long. Oh. Waste time by sir. So there's no Ajami Yoruba script. There's Ajami script with Yoruba alphabets. For instance, there's no Latin Yoruba script. There's Latin script with Yoruba alphabets. I don't know if you get it. There's Latin script. This A, B that we are seeing, that is not English. That is Latin, right? And the Yoruba alphabets are different from English alphabets. For instance, in English, there's no E. There's no Shi as S, Tony, Kinabe. There's no O, right? Unless, of course, in pronunciation. And that is to be O-R. But for us, O-Yema, Kini Amito Alabe, there will be the diacritic involved, right? So, okay. So, essentially, it is Latin script, but you can now adapt it to your own language. So, in your language, you will have things that the English doesn't have. English, for instance, has a different set of letters from the French, but both of them are using the same Latin script. In the same way, Hausa and Yoruba had different letters, but were both using Ajami script. But Ajami script is a derivative of Arabic. I hope you get it. It's not today's topic, but I think we spent enough time on it. So let's get back to the book. So we're talking about what? So we're saying that to say that they were educated, but they were not just Western educated. They had their own stuff, and one of the reasons they also made sure that they had all those Ajami things in our Naira notes and the logos was because while all of you were speaking English, they couldn't. While all of you were reading and writing all this that were reading, they couldn't, unless of course you're writing for them in Ajami. But if they show you to them Ajami, they see 10 Naira. Oh, my read Naira Goma. They are good. Oh, Naira Goma. Oh, okay. This is Naira Goma. That's why you see what Jonathan did. Who was his governor general then? There was a person before Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi. Was it Soludo? Was there someone between Soludo and Sanusi? Maybe it was Soludo. I think it was Soludo. Was it Soludo? Is there a governor between Soludo and Sanusi? Does anybody know? Soludo is the one immediately before him, Abi. Okay, so that means it will be him. I think it's someone else, but I can't remember. Okay. So I think it was Soludo then. They came up with these new notes where they now spelled out Goma using Latin script. Now write G-O-M-A. So Naira Goma. On your Ajami Ekro. And if you ask me right now, today in 2025, there should be no Ajami in Nigerian stuff. Why? Because in 65 years, are you saying that we don't have enough people to understand Latin script? That we still need to have Ajami. But all of that to say that the Ajami, the script that you see on those other things, is actually Hausa, but it's written using Ajami script. Having said that, let's go back to. Someone said there was Yoruba Sanusi was a long time ago. All right, so we were talking about what happened in 1953, and referring to the Sardauna's opinion of Akintola and Bode Thomas. And this is what Sir Ahmadu Bello said. Bode Thomas was not a likable man. He was a clever lawyer, but was ungracious and arrogant and never went out of his way to help. It is not surprising that the Action Group thought a lot of him, for he was the kind of political bulldozer they admired and wanted. They have named a dredger after him in Lagos Harbour. It is not inappropriate when you think of its functions. He thought we were a lot of uneducated savages and never attempted to conceal this opinion. He is dead now, but no one was really surprised that a veil of mystery and suspicion cloaked the circumstances of his death. Anybody knows the circumstances of his death? That was where Obademi II got into the picture. Maybe I should pause to read something to you from this other book. We are reading, but we're not rushing. Yes. You know, you fida nani. You fida. You nida. Let me something to you from this book. This one is called Samuel Akintola in the Eyes of History by Honorable Femi Kende. By the way, Bode Thomas was the deputy to Awolowo before Akintola became deputy. If not that, Iku Bolaje, Awo would not have had that issue with Bode Thomas. Perhaps because also they have this wide gap. He was in his 30s at the time. Anyway, let me read something to you. Chief Bode Thomas, 1918 to 1953, so was 9 years younger than Papa, became the deputy leader of the Action Group. He later formed Nigeria's first indigenous law firm called Thomas, William and Kayode & Co. That is the trio of Chief Bode Thomas, Chief Rotimi Williams, and Chief Remilekun Fani Kayode. Bode Thomas was a brilliant lawyer, but was said to be very haughty and arrogant. He was made the Division Council chairman in 1953, while the Alaafin of Oyo was a mere member. On his first appearance in council, after being appointed chairman, all council members stood up for him in deference to welcome him, except Obadeyemi, who for cultural reasons could not show deference to anyone in public. Bode Thomas rudely shouted at the king for having the temerity and audacity to disrespect him. "Why are you sitting when I walked in? You don't know how to show respect?" At that time, Bode Thomas was 35 years and Obadeyemi was in his 80s. The Alaafin felt very insulted and nonplussed. He said, "Shemilong Bomobaun, is it me you are barking at like that?" Obadeyemi just told him, "Magbolobaun," continue barking. Obadeyemi II was father of this late Alaafin, Obalamidi Adeyemi III. The confrontation happened on November 22nd, 1953. Bode Thomas got home and started barking. He barked like, people, by the way, this thing now, we don't know if it's a myth or if it's real. He's writing as if he knew what happened. It's actually what has been said. A lot of people have said it was, dear Lord, there's a word, delirious. It was delirious. So it's more like a folk tale, right? But yes, there was an exchange. That was true. And yes, there were words spoken by Adeyemi. By the way, this also led to him being exiled. The Obadeyemi was deposed after. In fact, let me just read a few more things. So he was there all night until he died in the early morning of November 23, 1953. He cut short his promising career. Obadeyemi II was thereafter deposed and sent on exile in 1954 for sympathizing with opposition NCNC because he had come in conflict with Bode Thomas, who was deputy leader of the Action Group before his untimely death. He cut short his promising career both as a lawyer and deputy leader of the Action Group. In fact, at a session in Parliament, Sardauna and Ahmadu Bello had described Bode Thomas as arrogant and ungracious. That's the one we read from the other book, so we're reading it together. So someone says, was it a myth? To be honest, maybe when shaking so come in by, you know why I do these things, so that no, I can't find this one now. This book I didn't mark it, but it's somewhere in here in Papa's book. Papa liked him. Papa liked Bode Thomas. They were very close. You know, but I think it's more of Kajak will be folk tale. I've been Kasha. But anyway, the important thing was that on sort of Brukusi and then the Ogbabelo Colon was very. I don't know. I don't think it's here. I think it's another book. But I think you got the point, right? Okay. I'm seeing something from this book I wanted to read, but Mitishi Tosimveka, that talked about how I was more popular than Akintola is in this book. But we'll get there. Let's go back to it. So we've already talked about what happened to Bode Thomas. Yes, he died, but the person who, yes, he was haughty, he was arrogant according to multiple sources. Yeah, then it was also said that the king said Magbulobang, and he died, you know, by the following day. And he himself, the king, was also deposed. Where were we? Even though cabinet matters were secret, Chief Bode Thomas declared on the floor of the House that the governor, Sir John Macpherson, had tried to persuade ministers not to take part in what the governor described as a now-rose frivolous motion of independence. Akintola was more gracious than Bode Thomas, while omitting any reference to what had transpired in the Council of Ministers. He told Parliament, Dexter, no, it was not Orisha. It was the Alaafin is Igbakeji Orisha, not Orisha. I know. And yes, this guy, this man, Bode Thomas went beyond his bounds to talk to a king like that. But the king, the Alaafin, is Igbakeji Orisha. All right, let's get back into this. So this is what Bode Thomas said. It will hardly accord with normal parliamentary practice for me to resign my office as Minister of Labour and accordingly change my seat in this honourable House without a personal word of explanation. I associate myself with the facts as given by my colleague, Chief Bode Thomas. In pseudo-federal constitutions like ours, government cannot function without compromise and without willingness on the part of the members to accommodate each other's point of view. But Mr. President, sir, there are issues too vital for compromise. Between the heaven of freedom and the hell of bondage, I cannot conceive of a purgatory of compromise. Jesus, this is beautiful. I told this guy had a way with words. Brilliant man. Between the heaven of freedom and the hell of bondage, I cannot conceive of a purgatory of compromise. The issue of complete self-government in 1956 or before is too vital to me and to the action group to which I belong to compromise upon. Further, the saying, freedom for all and life more abundant, expresses a sentiment far more profound than mere slogan. The slogan epitomizes the desire of the people of Nigeria. It is a negation of freedom to deny a citizen of Nigeria on the ground that he is a minister of state the opportunity to participate in a debate on self-government for Nigeria in 1956 has been adjourned. I have no doubt it will soon come up again and I shall speak and vote on it. I cannot sacrifice the freedom of Nigeria for the mere pleasure of preserving my office as minister. I am not appointed to do the will of the imperialist agents in Nigeria. I represent the people of Nigeria. To me, the will of the people is the supreme law. I have no part with anyone who would prevent me from doing the will of my people. Unquote. The resignations of Chief Bode Thomas, S.L. Akintola, and Arthur Press as ministers, in addition to the earlier resignation of Sir Adesoji Aderemi, the Ooni of Ife, meant that there existed a crisis of immense proportions. As if this were not enough, on May 15, 1953, Ladoke Akintola, acting on behalf of the Action Group, led a delegation of his party to Kano with the aim of preaching to northern Nigerians the idea of independence by 1956, an idea which had been supported by the Action Group party in the federal parliament. where they had actually introduced the motion calling for independence from Great Britain by 1956 at the latest. When Akintola arrived in Kano, he found the situation in Kano inhospitable. First of all, it was the belief of Ladoke Akintola that the northern aristocracy, personified by various emirs and leaders of the NPC, particularly Ahmadu Bello, the Sadana of Sokoto, represented not the northern peoples, but the northern ruling class. His assessment was lent credence by the political situation in the north at this time. Boy, I'm speaking very fast. I've got to calm down. I'll take that part again. When Akintola arrived in Kano, he found the situation in Kano inhospitable. First of all, it was the belief of Ladoke Akintola that the northern aristocracy, personified by various emirs and the leaders of the NPC, particularly Ahmadu Bello, the Sadana of Sokoto, represented not the northern peoples, but the northern ruling class. His assessment was lent credence by the political situation in the north at this time. The 1950s saw the emergence of two warring political parties in the north: the Northern Elements Progressive Union and the Northern People's Congress, that's NEPU and NPC. These two parties owed their formation to one and the same coterie of Western educated intelligentsia. At the beginning, neither of these two parties was the party of the Northern traditional political establishment. The emirs, of course, held both parties in disdain, but singled out the NEPU for political persecution because it was part of the Talakawa, the party of reform, an objective which the emirs could not differentiate from revolution. Talakawa tells about commoners, the common people. And yes, NEPU was headed by a appealed more to the people. So it says here, the emirs, of course, held both parties, that's both NPC and NEPU were held in disdain, but singled out the NEPU for political persecution because it was the party of the Talakawas, the party of reform, an objective which the emirs could not differentiate from revolution. It was not until the Richard's Constitution came into force and in the process elections held in a few urban areas such as Kano, Zaria, Jos, and Kaduna to determine the composition of the electoral colleges in the north that the northern establishment saw danger on the horizon. The NEPU won in most of the urban areas, even though this victory was watered down by packing the electoral colleges with native authority local government officials who were usually lackeys of the emirs and chiefs. The northern establishment learned that it must organize politically in order to survive in the new Nigeria. It was in these circumstances that Ahmadu Bello, the Sadana of Sokoto, great-grandson of Usman bin Fudi, or Usman dan Fodio, the great Islamic reformer of the 19th century, decided to join the NPC. Until September 1951, the NPC was still more or less an apolitical body of northern educated elite. That's Mutanen Arewa. 1 second, please. All right. Take it again. So it says it was in these circumstances that Ahmadu Bello, the Sadana of Sokoto, great-great-grandson of Usman bin Fudi, or Usman dan Fodio, the great Islamic reformer of the 19th century, decided to join the NPC. Until September 1951, the NPC was still more or less an apolitical body of northern educated elite, meeting under official supervision to discuss northern affairs. But from September 30, 1951, the NPC became a political party led by Ahmadu Bello and his lieutenant Abubakar Tafawa Balewa from Bauchi. He, unlike Ahmadu Bello, came from the Talakawa in Bauchi. The NPC, just like the Action Group, used the traditional rulers. Isuru. 1 second, please. Let me change your power source. Oh yeah. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, I was going to say something. May 1948, Mutane Arewa was established as a sociocultural organization, okay? Just like Igbo Federal Union or Egbe Motujua. And that's why when you read Papa's autobiography, he mentioned that while Azikiwe was somehow just crazy about the idea of Egbe Motujua and just hated the very fact that Yoruba people had a sociocultural organization, he said nothing against the existence of Mutane Arewa, which in English simply means Northern People's Congress. By the way, if you notice, Ariwa, Kila Ariwa Yoba. Again, just to make sure that we're all here, so we can all, participate. Kini Ariwa ni Yoruba. Do you see the connection with Arewa? Arewa and Arewa are the same thing. Okay. So they were just like Egbe Motujua until 1951, where they then became a political party. So it says here, but from until September 1951, the NPC was still more or less an apolitical party or apolitical body of Northern educated elite, meeting under official supervision to discuss Northern affairs. But from September 30, 1951, the NPC became a political party led by Ahmadu Bello and his lieutenant Abubakar Tafawa Balewa from Bauchi. He, unlike Ahmadu Bello, came from the Talakawa in Bauchi. The NPC, just like the Action Group, used the traditional rulers as a springboard to power, but unlike the Action Group, the NPC lacked any effective organization. It was this weakness of the party that the Action Group omission, led by Akintola, decided to exploit. Sorry, I'll tell that again. It was this weakness of the party that the Action Group mission, led by Akintola, decided to exploit. Year was 1953. His mission in the north was to forge an alliance between what he called the Southern Liberation Movement with the forces of liberation in the Hausa Fulani areas of the north. His hosts in Kano were the Kano branch of the Action Group, members of the NEPU, members of the NCNC, and what he called members of the Africanist movement. Within 5 minutes of their disembarkation in Kano, he was handed a paper by a police officer containing an order barring him from holding political campaigns in Kano. There was strong resentment from supporters of the Action Group against the order. Akintola then contacted the acting British resident, Anthony Potts, asking him to reverse the decision of the Kano Native Authority. At a subsequent interview held at 6 p.m. that night, May 16, 1953, Akintola told the British resident in charge of Kano province, Douglas Potts, that the withdrawal of the permit to hold public meetings in Kano was unconstitutional since it violated the rights of the people to know what was going on. The British officer was acting prudently since he was in command of hard information on the political situation in Kano and in the north at the time. A day before Akintola arrived in the north, Inuwa Wada, an NPC leader and member of parliament, as well as the Kano Native Authority information officer, had publicly declared, having abused us in the south. One second. So Inuwa Wada had publicly declared, having abused us in the south, these very southerners have decided to come to the north to abuse us. We have therefore organized about 1,000 men to meet force with force. No lecture or meeting will be delivered by the southerners. When he said the southerners abused them, let me ask you a question in the comment section to make sure that we're all together. Is he right? Did it happen or was he lying? Did the southerners really abuse them? Anybody? Let's engage for a few seconds. Is it true that the southerners abused them? Somebody says not at all. actually it happened. He wasn't lying. Southerners actually abused them. Southerners abused them. And so this is what happened. Again, the motion for independence was moved in 1953, Abi? In March. It was moved by Awolowo. The North was against it. When everything went the way it went, the AG folks stormed out. Some NCNC people also stormed out. Those NCNC people, led by Azikiwe, then came to talk to Papa and AG men. Now, people in Lagos, not in the parliament, though, people in Lagos heard about what happened, that the North was pulling us back by not allowing us to, by not voting for independence. They were saying as soon as practicable. In other words, anytime we shall do okay, but if it be now, nothing substantial, nothing solid. So the people heard about it, and as soon as they were done and the Northerners came out, people insulted them on the streets of Lagos. Because again, we were ready. We were ready. This was in 53. We were ready, and we're asking for independence in 56. But they were, by the way, to be honest, the North was holding us back. What if I told you that even after the 56, when they eventually agreed, we were supposed to gain independence in April of 1960. This our Independence Day would have been in April. It was Tafawa Balewa who had to appeal to the British to give us 6 more months. Extra 6 months. And that's what we're now celebrating on October 1. And it is true that they were holding us back. So the people did what people do. It's not like these days when you have convoy and you're now doing big boy. The people will see you when you're walking. They and they rallied them. And so it was after that event that the Akintola now went to Kano. And Inu Awada now said they abused us in the south. They now came to the north to abuse us again. We have mobilized 1,000 men to meet force with force. So it says no lecture or meeting will be delivered by the Southerners. For this reason, Akintola said the Native Authority had no right, just because they were all supporters of the NPC, to ban a meeting of the action group, which was opposed to the NPC. Now, please, you begin to see, we're going to get to Papa, but at least we want to build something before we get to Awo and Akintola. You are beginning to see why it would have been difficult for Awo to work with NPC. Again, contrary to what a lot of people say, that Awo did not work with the North. Awo worked with the North. He just did not work with the party of the establishment. He worked with NEPO. He didn't work with NPC. In the Middle Belt, he worked with the United Middle Belt, what they call it, UMBC. He worked with them. He didn't work with NPC. So it wasn't like Awo didn't work with the North. Awo could not just work with the NPC. Akintola, on the other hand, knew how to compromise, and it could be good, and it was actually good. Awo didn't have time for all of that, and we're going to discuss all of that when we get there. But now you're already seeing what was happening long before the issue of 1960, 61, or 62. This is 53. So everybody in Native Authority was supporting the NPC, and they stopped the action group from having meetings. In other words, even though there were Northerners in Nepal who supported action group, but because Native Authority was peopled by NPC members, they succeeded in ensuring that the AG didn't have the opportunity to have sessions. For this reason, Akintola said the Native Authority had no right, just because they were all supporters of the NPC, to ban a meeting of the action group, which was opposed to the NPC. He was then told in private by the acting resident of the so-called fact that the Northerners had no political education. He then told Akintola that the reason the Northern people were hostile to the action group and all other Southerners was that their leaders had been jeered at in Lagos as a result of their opposition to independence in 1956, following debates in the House of Representatives in Lagos, which is what I explained earlier. At this particular time, Akintola was infuriated and he told Douglas Potts, the resident, that he would call the Lieutenant Governor in Kaduna. The Lieutenant Governor then decided not to interfere in the matter. By the way, when you hear Lieutenant Governor, what it means basically is this. You had a Governor General, you had your original Kini, but, so you had, let's use Yoruba land for instance, the leader of government business was Awolowo, but there will be a Lieutenant Governor who was the administrative head of the region, but would report to the Governor General at the capital. So when it says he will report to the Lieutenant Governor, it doesn't mean the Deputy Governor of the state. It's talking about the Deputy to the Governor General, but who was the leader of the region. I hope we understand. So let's continue. Please, I'm going to need 30 seconds before we continue. Mumbo, just give me 30 seconds, please. Yes, and Oyinbo too. Mumbo, I will explain when I come back. Just 30 seconds, please. Rojolo. I apologize. Thank you very much for staying tuned. Much appreciated. Thank you. So I was trying to respond to the question in the comment section when the person said Anoyibotu. So yes, the Lieutenant Governor was also a white man, was also British. And the way it worked at the time was the Lieutenant Governor would answer to the Governor General at the center. Although in your regions you have regional parliaments, peopled by your own folks, and one of your own people is the head of business. For instance, in the Western region, it was Papa Chief Awolowo, who was the leader of government business. But he would have to work with the Lieutenant Governor, but it wasn't Lieutenant Governor to a governor in the Western region. It was Lieutenant Governor, Lieutenant or Assistant to the Ogaya, at the capital. But Oluma overseeing Kotoshele region. So when Akintola said he's going to report to, just trying to explain what he meant by it was going to report. By the way, I hope it's okay that I explain some of these things because it's easy to just read. But the important thing is for us to all understand. So that's why I break some small things. Some things I don't bother because I know that we already know. But I assume, because of course a lot of us are very educated, but I just think that certain things should also be explained. So I hope it's okay. All right. Where were we? Let's go on. So it says here that Akintola was told in a private meeting that the stuff was happening because of, as a result of what happened in Lagos, where the Southerners, Okay, that the reason the northern people were hostile to the action group and all other southerners was that their leaders had been jeered at in Lagos as a result of the opposition to independence in 1956, which we are celebrating today. What a coincidence. Following debates in the House of Representatives in Lagos. At this particular time, Akintola was infuriated and he told Douglas Potts, the resident, that he would call the Lieutenant Governor in Kaduna. Again, Lieutenant Governor, of course, will be in the capital of the region, so Ibadan, Kaduna, Enugu. The Lieutenant Governor then decided not to interfere in the matter. In the meantime, rioting had broken out in Kano and Kaduna with serious loss of lives and damage to property of Southerners living there. This rioting was, of course, organized by the NPC to prevent Akintola from holding his political rally in Kano. Akintola was told later that he would not be allowed to visit the House of Assembly because of the riots which had broken out in Kano and deteriorated into an inter-ethnic massacre in which 36 people were killed and over 200 wounded. He then realized he was completely stranded in Kano because all the telegraphic lines were reported cut. The railway coaches at the stations had been smashed, and rail lines were also obstructed. But as far as Ladoke Akintola was concerned, even while it was going on, there was nothing in this rioting in the north that could be interpreted as being directed against Yoruba or Southerners as a whole. When he was then asked to leave Kano, Ladoke Akintola told the Lieutenant Governor and the resident that there was no way he could leave Kano with his delegation. First of all, he was of the opinion that the masses were on the side of the nationalists, and that in any case, even though he was being asked to leave, there was no plane to take them out of Kano. When he was told a plane would be provided to take them to Ibadan, he refused until a chartered government plane was made available to take them to Ikeja, where they disembarked. In retrospect, it became quite clear that one of the opponents to the idea of holding a rally in Kano had been the Emir of Kano himself, Alhaji Abdullahi Bayero. Akintola and his party represented those who wanted independence now, as opposed to the gradually school of Northerners who had no enthusiasm for his independent movement. Shall I hit on YouTube? I hope you can hear me now. Thank you for, bringing that to my attention. Curiously enough, most of those who died in the disturbances in Kano were Igbo and Hausa people. The brunt of the ire of the Northerners was directed against the Igbo entrepreneurs in the Sabongeri, Strangers Town, and the Yoruba, such as Ladoke Akintola, were spared. This raises the question of whether the riot was politically motivated or not. If it was, then the Yoruba group would have been singled out. It was probably a mixture of economic and political resentment against Southerners that caused... I'll take that slowly. Jesus is Lord. All right. Curiously enough, most of those who died in the disturbances in Kano were Igbo and Hausa people. The brunt of the ire of the Northerners was directed against the Igbo entrepreneurs in the Sabongeri, Strangers Town, and the Yoruba, such as Ladoke Akintola, were spared. This raises the question of whether the riot was politically motivated or not. If it was, then the Yoruba group would have been singled out. It was probably a mixture of economic and political resentment against Southerners that caused the riot. Akintola's visit merely provided an occasion for venting opposition to Igbo encroachment on Kanawa traditional trading turf. Even though there were Yoruba traders in Kano, they were much less assertive than their Igbo counterparts. Many of them were also Muslims, not Kafiris or infidels. What he's saying basically is this, that, the 53 crisis, you could say was because of what happened in Lagos. And it's true that people were jailed at in Lagos and insulted on the streets. But it also looks to the writer like a pretext for what they really wanted to do before, which was that there were already things simmering in Kano before whatever happened in Lagos in 53. And what he said was that the Igbos were essentially encroaching on Kanawa traditional trading turf. That's their own people, their own, where they usually traded, that the Igbo were getting to that place, so that when this opportunity happened, when this event happened, they then used the opportunity to attack the Igbos, but they did not attack the Yoruba. And then it says here that one of the other reasons also was that the Yorubas were also trading in those areas, but they were less assertive than the Igbos. You know how we own your land. Yoruba will not say that. And then also that some of the Yorubas were also Muslims. Therefore, they had better relationship with the Hausas than the Igbos. So what you saw there, can make of that whatever you will. Yeah. That case tour of the North in 1953, although it apparently delayed the bringing together of Northerners and Southerners, undoubtedly worked wonders in at least rousing the Northerners from their political slumber. As Chief Akintola himself pointed out, his opponents in the North were victims of imperialism who lived so long in bondage as to lose every taste of liberty. In effect, there is no way of ignoring the consequences of this 1953 crisis in the North. In Great Britain, everybody was worried because it was thought that all the recent political advances were going to be lost because of ethnic differences. While the rioting was going on in Kano, was meeting, and the whole affair both in Lagos and Kano was described to the House. Members, after adjourning for a day, came back to ask for secession from the rest of Nigeria. But the British officials were able to persuade the Northerners that it would be economic suicide to consider such a move. In what seems to have been a compromise between outright secession and loose federation, the Northern House passed an 8-point resolution which stipulated thus: Number 1, each region shall have complete legislative autonomy with respect to all matters except for the following: defense, external affairs, customs, West African Research Agency shall be a neutral place, preferably Lagos. The composition power, number 5, the composition, power and responsibility of the central agency shall be defined by the order in council establishing the new constitutional arrangements. The agency shall be a non-political body. Number 6, the services of the railway, air services, ports, electricity and coal mining shall be organized on an inter-regional basis and shall be administered by public corporations. Such public corporations shall be independent bodies governed solely by the statutes under which they are created. The boards of such corporations shall be composed of experts with a minority representation of the regional governments. Number 7, all revenues shall be levied and collected by the regional government except customs revenue. Customs revenue shall be collected at the port of discharge by the central agency, that's like federal government, and paid to each region. The administration of the customs shall be so organized as to ensure that goods consigned to each region are separately cleared and charged to duty. Number 8, each region shall have separate public service. These were far-reaching decisions taken by the Northerners, but one has the vague impression that the action group, which had always favored a federal structure, was not unhappy. They could not have effectively wished for a crisis of this sort, but the way they charged into the independence movement lends the crisis that ensued an aura of being not only premeditated, but wholly desired and expected, so that the constitution might be reviewed. Let me read that thing again. I hope you're going to get it. Let me read it again. It says, these were far-reaching decisions taken by the Northerners, but one has the vague impression that the action group, which had always favored, desired and expected, so that the constitution might be reviewed. If so, they realized their goal when the British Secretary of State for the Colonies, Mr. Oliver Lyttelton, announced on May 21, 1953, that the House of Commons and the British government had regretfully decided that Nigerian constitution would have to be withdrawn to provide for greater autonomy and the removal of power of intervention by the center in matters which could, without detriment to the other regions, be placed entirely within the regional competence. Let me explain this to Renchi. This writer is saying that what the Northerners did, as far as he is concerned, he has the vague impression that the action group was not unhappy. In other words, the action group was happy with what happened. And he is suggesting that it's even possible that that was the reason the action group went full throttle as far as independence movement was concerned. In other words, they wanted to do something that will cause the Northerners to do something that eventually make the British do something. In other words, when they moved the motion for independence and the way they were going to structure Nigeria, they did that because they knew that, according to him, according to this writer, that they did that because they knew the North will balk at it, and they were not pushing back. Eventually, now started suggesting regional autonomy, which would get the West action group what the action group wanted all along, which was federalism, which was not available in the constitution that we're operating at the time. But due to the crisis that happened in the North in 1953, and this resolution that the Northerners came up with, the British had to now withdraw that constitution in order to allow the regions have more autonomy and deal with things in the area of in their region of competence. In other words, he's saying that it was engineered by the action group, and if that's what happened, then that was brilliant, and that's something to learn from. Interestingly, I've mentioned something like this before here, but like I said, I don't talk about it for now because ogility. The point is getting what you want without, just disturbing the whole world about it. I don't think I have to explain this thing. I feel like, but I don't think it's necessary. I'm sure we get it. Good evening, HRM. Good to see you. So by the time the dust settled, the British was regretfully deciding that the Nigerian constitution would have to be withdrawn to provide for greater autonomy. So here's the issue. If the Western region had asked for greater autonomy in 1954, based on the fact that they've always been about federalism, they wouldn't have gotten it because they already had the constitution that was working at the time in 1953. Sorry, 1953 I meant. But again, there was a constitutional conference in 1954, and it was in that conference that Papa now moved the motion for secession that Zik then went against. So Zik would have gone against regional autonomy in 1953 if they had brought it up. They should have done the same thing for that secession thing. There is a group that will find it very easy to move certain things in Nigeria. It's just the way it is. And there's a reason it is the way it is. And that reason is 1950. They were giving more seats in parliament, and they still have more seats in parliament today. And they were not giving those seats by the British. They were giving those seats by the Eastern region. So when you are insulting the North, for all their faults, just understand that certain people allowed it to be so because they thought they were smarter than everybody in Nigeria. And the people I'm talking about folks from the Eastern region, particularly the Igbos, because that was how they moved that motion. We've read it here before. If you look for this video on the YouTube channel, you'll find it. If you go on Busuyori's YouTube channel, let me give you the title so that you can. I don't want to read the book because of time. Let me just give you the title. So if you go on YouTube much later, you can just write this down, Busui Oris, and then you can search for how the East gifted the North power. How the East gifted the North power. The power the North is wielding today, they got it from the East. They got it because the East allowed them. But yeah, please watch that video to get more information on that. Let's continue. The resolution of the constitutional problems precipitated by the action group was to wait until the London Constitutional Conference of 1953. Akintola, through his involvement in the second of such critical moments of his life, first his role in the 1945 general strike, and now in the constitutional crisis of 1953, demonstrated not only astute political acumen, but also daring and bravery bordering on foolhardiness. His trip to the north in 1953 could conceivably have cost him his dear life itself, but he seems to have been oblivious to the dangers. While other action group leaders sat in Lagos and Ibadan, he risked his life in Kano. And although the Northerners hated him for this, they would eventually realize that he meant well. Even during this crisis, he was always very friendly on a personal level with Ahmadu Bello de Sardauna and Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. He also knew the Sultan of Sokoto very well. He always seemed to be able to balance his political differences with a spontaneous personal affection for those with whom he differed. Even though he disagreed with what the Sardauna represented, he was on such friendly terms with the man personally that outsiders could not understand their public estrangement. This same kind of friendship existed between him and A.C. Nwakpa of the NCNC, with whom Akintola shared a similar sense of humor, making it possible to laugh after a hard day's work. Akintola essentially enjoyed political life and seems to have regarded politics as an interesting pastime, unlike most Africans of this time who saw political differences as continuation of the pre-colonial struggle for power between various African ethnic forces. Akintola was able to disagree with his opponents without injecting hatred into such a disagreement. He enjoyed debate and argument as a lawyer. I'll take that again. He enjoyed debate and argument, and as a lawyer, he was able to hold his own against any opponent without necessarily allowing the debates to deteriorate into acrimony. So, that's the end of that chapter. By the way, some of the things that we read about here, like what happened in Kano, you also find it in the book by Ahmadu Bello, My Life. And one of these days, we'll have a session on Ahmadu Bello as well. But that book is actually very good. So, ability to converse in Hausa language, yes, he was also, a very good Hausa speaker. Now, about to get into the thick of things. We have a few minutes before we close today. It's time to go. Please, before we do this, let me change the audio source so that I won't have to stop midway. Okay. All right. So let's go on now. So I'm reading Akintola, His Life and Times by Akintola Osuntokun. These are main texts for these sessions, and we're going to consult other books much later, like we have in the past. By the way, today we've read a number of books. We've read this fiction called Nigeria by Adewale Maja PS. We've read a biography and postscript, Samuel Akintola in the Eyes of History by Honorable Femi Kehinde. I think that one is available on Read Books. Maja, we don't have that at the moment. So yeah, Read Books, our Telegram bookshop. You can get all these books. Some of these books. I say some because some of them are out of print, but the ones these ones I'm reading, you'll find them there. So let's get back to the book by Professor Akintola Osuntokun. Again, the book is called Akintola, His Life and Times. On chapter 3 now. We're in chapter 3 now. And we're going to, and the chapter is titled Akintola as Deputy Leader of the Action Group and Frontline Nationalist. The Action Group had willingly precipitated the constitutional crisis of 1953 and were responsible for the result of that crisis, following Akintola's tour of the northern region. The subsequent Kano riot of May 1953 provoked the summoning to London of the leaders of all political parties in Nigeria. Akintola was predictably chosen to join the 5-man delegation sent by the Action Group to meet with delegations of the other major political parties under the chairmanship of the British Secretary of State for the Colonies, with the idea of reviewing the Macpherson Constitution. Evidently, Akintola was by now well known in Nigeria and in Britain, As a formidable debater, he was a man to have on one side. He was also the legal advisor to the action group, and during the conference, he was assigned the role of scrutinizing all legal and constitutional arrangements. And because of his interest in Yoruba history, he was responsible for preparing the brief on Western Nigeria's case for the retention of Lagos, the federal capital, which the NCNC under Azikiwe was bent on severing from the West. And the Gedegbe Lekowa people, just like what was his name? JRV, just like what he did, certain Eko people, Gedegbe Lekowa. But you can't do that for the entire state now, Sha, because it's not the same thing. The Constitutional Conference of 1953 achieved the desired goals of both the Action Group and the NPC. 1 second, please. Oguntoye says it is that Lagos that will be their doom. Lagos matter, if I have to read another document, I'll probably read, if there's time, or if I have to refer, I think I will have to refer to it. I'll refer to it at some point in this, after this paragraph. I'm going to read Separatist Agitations by Tekena Tamuno, and we'll just read some of the things that they said here. Let's just continue with this one first. So it says here that because of Akintola's interest in Yoruba history, he was responsible for preparing the brief on Western Nigeria's case for the retention of Lagos, the federal capital, which the NCNC under Azikiwe was bent on severing from the West. The Constitutional Conference of 1953 achieved the desired goals of both the Action Group and the NPC. As pointed out previously, the NPC had been irritated by the way nationalists in southern Nigeria had tried in 1953 to ram the independence motion down their throats, and their response had consequently been advocated to a... 1 second. And their response had consequently been to advocate a loose political arrangement. Chief Akintola had himself said he did not believe in what he called the pseudo-federal constitution, and he and the leader of the action group, Chief Awolowo, had argued for a proper federal constitution. Only the NCNC of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was demanding a unitary state. But it was not long before Azikiwe, in the face of strong advocacy for a federal constitution by both the NPC and the action group, would agree to a federal constitution. Why was Zik always looking for unitary system? Thank you, Mr. Lagunju on YouTube. So it says only the NCNC of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was demanding a unitary state, but it was not long before Azikiwe, in the face of strong advocacy for a federal constitution by both the NPC and the AG group and the action group, would agree to a federal constitution. The action group wanted Lagos to remain the federal capital. It argued that Lagos as a Yoruba city must be included in Western Nigeria. This move was defeated by the combined forces of the NPC and the NCNC. The NPC position was that if Lagos was to continue to be the federal capital, it must be separated from the West and be made a neutral territory where only the federal government would exercise jurisdiction. The NPC was not opposed to transferring Lagos back to the West if another neutral capital could be found. But inasmuch as no alternative capital was proposed, the NPC stood its ground that Lagos, even though a Yoruba city, must remain a separate political entity from the Western region. The NCNC, this is the crazy part. The NCNC, which had a large following in the city, was opposed to the inclusion of Lagos in the West. It says the NCNC, which had a large following in the city, was opposed to the inclusion of Lagos in the West. Yoruba top-notchers in the NCNC, like T.O.S. Benson, Adeniro Ogunsoya, Fagbe Irobe Yoku, and Prince Adeyinka Oyekon, all wanted Lagos separated from the West. The Lagos Yoruba, in their arrogance, looked down on their kith and kin as country bumpkins, and for this reason did not want to take orders from Ibadan. Azikiwe exploited these nuances of feeling of a considerable segment of Lagos opinion. If you read the separatist agitations in Nigeria since 1914 by Tekena Tamuno, he mentioned that what the North was saying essentially was they needed the ports in Lagos to be able to move their goods. So it made sense to them that Lagos should still be capital. But Awolowo proposed the idea of, listen, you guys, let's look for another place in Nigeria that the Western region, the actual Western region would actually contribute towards building a new capital. This was in 1954. They said no, but believe it or not, 19 years later, they did exactly what Papa said they should do. By 1973, they had to come up with a committee chaired by Aguda to now get a new capital, Abuja. 19 years after the fact. Papa was like, let's get a new place. Well, this place is part of our land, part of Yoruba land. The Hausas wanted Lagos because of their goods. Again, like I always say, in Nigerian politics, Hausa is selfish. But I don't really have a problem with it. At least they're not trying to destroy you in the process. Hausa is selfish. Yoruba is altruistic and sometimes very naive. Igbos don't care about other groups as long as they win. Their goal is win at all costs, and winner takes all. But the reason they can do that in Yoruba land is because we ourselves, we have a lot of naive people amongst ourselves. See, nobody can do that to you without your own consent. So I can't even blame Igbos. It's mostly our people who feel they're better than others. Like what's happening right now. You talk now, they tell you that, oh, you know, you are showing class that you didn't even go to. Guys, if you're on TikTok, please power tab, please. This is showing activity again. By the way, thank you very much for bringing us to 235 likes on TikTok. It's much appreciated. If you're on YouTube, thank you for liking the live, or please like as well, so I can recommend to others. If you're on Facebook, please do the same, on Twitter and also on Twitch. Let's try and push it out there. This haughtiness, this I'm better than these people, this, like somebody says, elitism, it can make you feel good for the immediate. You know the problem? When the thing now turned, one of the first people that got hit by this incursion of Igbos was T.O.S. Benson. About 10 years after this meeting. And it was not in Lagos, it was in Ikorodu. When the Igbos sent message to Enugu to say that they were more in Ikorodu, therefore they don't want a Yoruba man as a representative of that place in NCNC. And guess what? They got their way. T.O.S. Benson had to run as an independent candidate in order to win. That is why he discovered that in that 1964 white paper on political alignment in Western Nigeria that we have mentioned it a number of times, you can find it on Radio Me Global on Telegram. In that white paper, one of the signatories was T.O.S. Benson. What happened? He had woken up after about 10 years. They showed him Pepe. Oh, we are very sophisticated. Everybody should be able to move the way they like. This is Lagos. You can't be taking orders from all you are okay. When they were done with him, he discovered that it wasn't about sophistication. It was about a people who have ethnic domination, agenda, and ambitions. But because you are doing Oyibo and you are doing like I'm better than my brother, how can I take it? They will now use your Guinea against you. In the interim, you'll be happy that at least I don't have to take orders from Amaroke. On the long run, it's called that what they're going to do is to actually prevent you from owning your own space. And it happened to T.O.S. Benson. So, whilst of course I'm going to say the Igbos did what they did, they will not do it without our own consent. We had people who are just naive, or people who think that they are better than others, which is what you see on Twitter these days. Oh, why you guys are bigots? Again, if you are a bigot, check yourself. If you hate people unnecessarily, check yourself. If you hate people, period, check yourself. But to protect what is yours, that's not bigotry. That's self-preservation. But what you're talking about, say, why are you all over this thing? We'll go for the which one is the nonsense they're talking about these days? It died down. Exhibition. We'll go for the exhibition. All these people, they're not even from Lagos. You really think it's about being from Lagos? I mean, if you have something against people in Lagos and you're Yoruba, of course, something's wrong with you because we're all Yoruba. That should not happen. But what I will tell you is this. What happened? Do you know that there was a Yoruba man, Prince Adeleke Adedoyin, I think I mentioned this last week, who in 1952 was sent to represent Lagos in the House of Representatives. And Zeke now went to meet his father, the Akarigbo, in Shagam, and Akarigbo Remo, and told him that he should tell his son to step down for Zeke. That audacity can only come from a particular thing. And one of those things is openness of the people. In other words, openness is an advantage, but it can open to the point where Ara Tamama Bering got to Ekobiri la year. In other words, you are too open. They can't even ask you for your head. They can't ask you for your mother's house. They can't ask you for your mother's bed. They can't ask you for your own matrimonial room. They can't ask you for anything. Why? Because you are open. Without boundaries, without limits. You want to say, your tonka fanin tonya. Oko kinjective about tomokoma lala. But we are removing it because we are speaking English. Like the one that was this, the video I played, the audio I played earlier, where the guy said, Lagos. In case you were not here when I played it, I'm going to find that and play, just so that you understand where we are coming from and the issues that we may probably have if we're not careful. I will connect it. I want you to listen to this, just to tell you that mindset is still present, which is why we are totally against obedient movement or all those Lagos LP, all those nonsense things they're doing. It doesn't bode well. I mean, it's not something that Yoruba people should be celebrating. And you will listen to this, and I'm sure you're going to get the hang of it. Take a listen to Badebo Chinedu Road Survivor.
So I'm just going to give it out to you straight. So number one, I'm sure you must have heard about the Yoruba language bill Ambody tried to pass in 2018. Are you still going to make Yoruba language the lingua franca of Lagos? That's number one.
I will not be in favor of making Yoruba the lingua franca of Lagos. Right? I will not do that.
Am I the only one who has lost body?
No.
I guess the Orishas of Lagos took it personal.
That I will not be. I feel that Lagos has a lot more problems than making Yoruba the lingua franca of the state. And I say this because Lagos State has, yes, it shares a filial relationship with Yoruba land. It does. We have a culture of openness, of welcoming, and that's what made Lagos the center of excellence. It was not by your tribe or by the language that you spoke, it was by your excellence, because the people in Lagos were extremely exposed very, very early. And that also tied into the fight for freedom. The quality of people, educated minds that lived in Lagos could then challenge the British and say enough is enough, we want our independence. long before Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe and all those people got on the bandwagon. You had the Henry Cars, you had the Ajasas, you had the Adeni Jones. All of these people were revolutionary in their thinking, in their openness, in their exposure. Right? It's very difficult to have your mind, what's the word? To have your mind increased or extended and to be able to go back into the rigid structure of being a bigot, right? But
he said he couldn't take his mind back to the rigid structure of being a bigot. Because what makes Lagos excellent is that it was open to all. It was open. That openness. How did you get to bigotry in this conversation? Would you make Yoruba the lingua franca of Lagos State? Somehow jumps to a rigid structure of bigotry. How does that correlate? I mean, correlate ko jora won. So this is what you see now, but this is not the first time it is happening. It happened in the 1950s. And while it's important to say, oh, see what they did to us, we also have to ask ourselves this question. All these Yoruba bots, they always have they always have descendants in every generation. Our job is to make sure, even if they exist, that they will be very small and inconsequential. Because Alakobala Lomi, the funny thing about T.O.S. Benson is he's a good man. He was even married to an Igbo woman. But when they were going to show him, they showed him. One day we'll have his own session just for T.O.S. Benson. He was a great man, but eventually he saw what was going on. If you have not seen that white paper, maybe this will help you understand what's up. If you have not seen the white paper, it was published in 1964, please join Redomi Global on Telegram. Join Redomi Global. You find a document, white paper on political alignment in Western Nigeria. It was published in 1964. One of the signatories is T.O.S. Benson, who's also one of the people here shouting, let's break from Yoruba. Let's just be on our own. Again, the Lagos we're talking about is not even Lagos State. It's Lagos, the island. Although that same spirit now, they're trying to expand it to the entire state. I'll take that part again. The NCNC, which had a large following in the city, was opposed to the inclusion of Lagos in the West. Yoruba top-notchers in the NCNC, like T.O.S. Benson, Adeniro Ogunsanya, Fagbayiro Beyoku, and Prince Adeyinka Oyekan, all wanted Lagos separated from the West. The Lagos Yoruba, in their arrogance, looked down on their kith and kin as country bumpkins, and for this reason did not want to take orders from Ibadan. Azikiwe exploited these nuances of feeling of a considerable segment of Lagos opinion. Azikiwe, for many reasons, some personal, some financial, did not want Lagos to be part of the West. All his newspapers and property investments were in Lagos. There was also a considerable number of migrants from Igbo land in Lagos. And because of the ethnic tendencies of Nigerian politics, he did not want to trust the action group with the administration of Lagos. Therefore, the NPC, still brooding over the action group attack in Lagos and Akintola's campaign in Kano, decided to team up with the NCNC to sever Lagos from the West. This decision has withstood the test of time, in spite of the fact that Chief Arthur Prest and SLA Akintola, two of the brightest legal minds in the action group, were dispatched to London to argue their case before the Secretary of State for the Colonies, only after the decision was made public in Nigeria and when all the delegates had returned home. Despite this political setback for the action group, the London Constitutional Conference of 1953 was a huge success. The conference resulted in many far-reaching decisions, namely, number one, by the way, was also this Lagos thing that made Yoruba people first ever and only time threaten to secede. How did that? And then the Igbo threatened us back. Like, say you guys are having a totally different conversation in the comment section. Someone said T.O.S. Benson is not strong. It's not Saro. No, T.O.S. Benson is not Saro. Is Korodu. You're right. You know what? Let me just leave you alone. I'll be learning from you as I'm reading, if possible. But let's continue. So it says the conference, the 1953 Constitutional Conference, actually resulted in many far-reaching decisions. Namely, number one, that Nigeria would be a truly federal state. Specific powers were vested in the federal government. By the way, let me pause. I don't want to run ahead of myself. You see this Lagos thing? This is 2025. This was 1953. The feelings that people have when you say Lagos is Yoruba state is the same feeling that Azikiwe had in 53 when they say Lagos was part of Yoruba land. So even though the capital is now Abuja, you still see people say, but Lagos has airport, but Lagos has seaport. Now that's the new argument. And let me tell you what this thing causes. People who think like that can never build cities in their region. And they would never succeed in building cities in their region. That's a fact. They can't. Because you don't know how to build. You don't know how to take advantage of what has been built and make it yours. Therefore, you are condemned to the place where you can only consume, even though you are shouting consumption to production, you cannot produce anything. You can't create cities. And it's the truth. Think about it. Since 53 to 2025, how many years would that be? 1960 is 65 years. That would be 73 years old. Abi? No. We're in 2025 now. 65, 7, 72. 72 years. How come no major place that's cosmopolitan in nature has been built in the last 72 years in certain parts of Nigeria? You can't build home if your eyes are always outside. You're always looking at what the other person has. Oh, I don't have seaport. Excuse me. I don't have seaport. I don't have this. I don't have that. What of what you have? You can't see it. You can't see good when it comes. You can't see it. Oh, they have this, they have that. They have this, they have that. We own it together. What of what you have? I have nothing. You will not have. Let me tell you something. In fact, Bible time, blessing time. Jesus gave us a parable of a rich man who had 3 servants. He gave one 5 talents. By the way, talent is money. Talent is not ability to sing. Talent is just, excuse me. Talent is what they call the currency of their time. So 5 talents could be $5 or 5 naira or 5 pounds. So give one 5 talents, the other one 3, the other one 2. Or let's use dollars. And the one with 5 talents went to trade with it, and he got 5 more talents, making 10. The one with 2 traded with it, had 4. And then actually, let me arrange it very well. He gave them the talent, he travels. He comes back, he asks them to account. When they come to him, the one with 5 brought another 5, making 10. The one with 2 brought another 2, making 4. The one with 1 brought 1. And when Jesus said, Jesus said, why are you bringing this one from? He said, I know that you like to reap what you have not sown. I want to hide your money, and this is it. Jesus said, the worst you could have done would be to take the money and put it in a bank. At least you save it and it will generate some interest. And then he said, take from the one who has that one and give it to the one who has 10. And this is where I'm going. He said, to him who has, more will be added. To him who doesn't have, even that which he has will be taken. My question is this: if he doesn't have, how come you are saying that which he has will be taken? The reason it will be taken is because he doesn't see what he possesses, therefore he will lose it. And that's the problem of the Southeast. I have hidden it inside one ground, but I'm looking at the person who has 10. I want to share what he has with him. What you have will be taken from you and given to somebody else. You will only cry. It's the law of nature. Why? Because that thing is supposed to reproduce. Somebody says in the comment section, what of Onitsha main market, area market? Ah, Jesus. His name is Emmanuel Wachuku. Yeah. Let me say something before I answer your question, because the question where you ask, God. Am I saying the Southeast cannot develop? I'm saying the Southeast can actually develop faster than they've ever thought. Only if they stop looking at other people's stuff. Stop looking at what every other person has. I don't care what's in Zamfara. I say there's gold there. Congratulations to them. There's gold in Ife. There's gold in Elisha. There's always something in your own place too. Do something about it. Oh, we own the kingdom. We are together. You will not be able to develop your place. That's the problem. Do I want you to be developed? Of course not. I want you to be developed. I want you to also grow. But you cannot build anything if your eyes are always on what other people are doing. Then Onwachuku now came and said, how about area market? I've been there, by the way. I've been to area. I think it's a fantastic place. But that's not what cosmopolitan cities mean. Jesus is Lord. How can you call area market a cosmopolitan? Hell. Haba. Onitsha main market is cosmopolitan city. Hey, any gala day here, I will say ele. Jesus. We're talking about cities, you're talking about markets. Wonderful. It is well. May God bless your land. May God help you to grow. May you have cities to mention. When we are talking about cosmopolitanism, and not be mentioning market. Is Igala Yoruboid? The language is Yoruboid. The people have relations, but they are a separate ethnic group. Don't call them Yoruba, they are a separate ethnic group, but the language is Yoruboid. They speak, many of what they talk now Yoruba the inside, but they're a separate ethnic group. Balogun Adewale says he meant cosmopolitan market. I've never heard of that statement in my life. Cosmopolitan market. If you're selling anything of consequence, are people not supposed to come from different places to come and buy? The question is, after buying, would they stay? In their numbers. But as you talk, I'm saying that cosmopolitan market, more they can say now waiting to talk with that. But to be honest, Area Market is a fantastic place. I've been there. I mean, last time I was there, this was about more than 20 years ago. I was still 7. It was a long time ago. But even then, I mean, I like they had these stores, right? You have these stores, tailors, and I mean, fantastic stuff. I mean, they actually, I'm sure they will be better now. Hopefully, they'll be bolder with made in Aba instead of writing Burberry on stuff. But they have good stuff there. But if you're talking about cosmopolitan markets, Ibonika Yasinle Yoba na. Ibonika Yasinle Yoba. Say that you don't call Babikalo Balogun, Abikalo Bodija, Abikalo Jugbe. I remember when I was serving, we were going to buy equipment. I had to travel. She up me, considering we are quite about me, Sabi. Now up now. I had to travel to Ibadan, and I bought those stuff from Lebanese. By the way, there was a situation with the Lebanese that made a lot of them move from Oshogbo to Ibadan at a particular time. Maybe we'll get to it in this series. And Akintola was also involved in that. You have a lot of Lebanese. Is that cosmopolitan enough? Cosmopolitan markets. Motumbo Tutu. Emmanuel Wajuku said Abakaliki is not a city. Enugu is not a city. Owerri is not a city. You don't have cities. Please, let's not do this. Let's not do this. You don't have cities. And Enugu that you mentioned, I hope you know that Enugu was built by the British. That was your first town, apart from Onitsha. You don't tell yourself the truth. That's the problem. I don't want to tell you. I try to tell you, but I don't want to go too deep. May not be like say they fight. Sorry, they respond to this guy as they write at their answer. Some Enugu called city in Costa. Enugu was not a city. Enugu was a town. Whoever called Enugu a city? It's a town. Words have meanings, though. And it was a town developed by the British in the 20th century. 20th. Does that mean they cannot? Of course they can, but how will you be able to do it when you're always focusing on we must take Lagos? Anyway, someone should define. Let me not define. Let's read it. May not be like I say with the talk. Sorry, someone's asking a question, so let me read out the answer. I don't like talking people with history. Up until the 1960s, do you know how folks were referred to? I won't mention the place because I don't want to. If I say it, it could be like insult. So maybe if I have the time, we'll read it. Because I don't want to come across as. Let's first answer the other question. What's that question, City? Why do you think the apex of people's ambition is Lagos? Look at the movies. Look at the movies. I forget the movies. It's not about the movie. Look at the movements. And a lot of Yoruba people go to Lagos. So a lot of Yoruba people live in Lagos. You know, they come to Lagos, live in Lagos. But you notice when they speak, they talk to you about where they are from. We see ourselves as Areko. I'm not Omeko. I'm looking forward to becoming one. Unless they give me title. But I'm Areko. Omeko are the àwọn tó ní Viton ní kíní, àwọn náà níbẹ̀. Don't come to Lagos and start telling them that gbogbo ala leko, gbogbo ala leko. Let me answer that question first, I beg. Go see read books more, sha. You know, the thing about being Yoruba is that it's quite interesting. You had cities of 70,000, 120,000 people about 1,000 years ago. No, I don't want to do this. Let me just read what I want to read. A town is a built-up area with a name, defined boundaries, and local government that is larger than a village and generally smaller than a city. Okay, that's from Oxford. It's a built-up area with a name, defined boundaries, and local government that is larger than a village and generally smaller than a city. Okay. A city is a large, densely populated urban area with significant infrastructure, economic activity, and cultural amenities, while a town is a smaller urban settlement, typically less populated with fewer services and a more close-knit community. The key difference is scale and development, with cities having greater geographical and population sizes, more diverse populations, and more advanced facilities than towns. I hope that answers the question. Okay. Britannica says town is a human settlement that is smaller than a city but bigger than a village. Do you know when you stop being village, even as a Yoruba person, when I was growing up, I hear people say things like, let's go to our village, let's go to our village. We don't talk like that in Yoruba land, though. We don't have that frame of reference. We don't, which one is go to your village? If I hear village, I mean, it's abule, like proper. You're going back home, you're going to your town. You have a diverse population. So you're already seeing what Kini is. Even this town that you're talking about, the names you're mentioning, I'm trying not to also go deep into it, but the names you're mentioning in the comment section, Wachuku, those places that you're mentioning became towns not up to 100 years ago, by the way. Some of them became towns less than 50 years ago. Let's just leave the matter, I beg. We'll leave the matter, I beg. But it is well. It is well. Nigeria will cause all this. Nigeria cause all this nonsense. The real issue here is, I believe that God has great plans for the Southeast, but the Southeast will not be able to accomplish that plans until they're able to look inward. I mean, think about it for a second. You're a governor in a state. How many governors for Southeastern states live in the Southeast? Former governors. How many? Okay, let's even leave the states. How many of the Southeastern governors live within the region after their term of office? Somebody says, oh, with the 1300 or the 1500. Are you okay? Who is deceiving you? When I became a city in 1500. Or when he became a city in the 1300s. Just make things up as you run along. You know what? Let me just leave you alone. I don't want us to do. I'm not gonna be bringing a book. Don't worry. Anything you say is right. If it makes you happy, that's good. But the point I'm trying to make is that, and I'm not saying this to throw shades. I'm just saying that there is possibility everywhere in Nigeria. There's possibility everywhere in Nigeria. The new king of Ibadan, Rashid Ladoja, was governor. He was in Ibadan. Before he became senator, he was in Ibadan. As senator, he was in Ibadan. After he's always been in Ibadan. Meanwhile, you know, something funny happened. I don't know if I'm still going to read tonight though. Something funny happened after, when he was crowned. He was given I think he was given 3 cars, a Rolls Royce, a Bentley, I think a Range or something. So people were like, who gave him a Rolls Royce? I said, oh, it's Zibola Karim. Can't remember his first name. But like, oh, who is he? There are stupendously rich people in every single Yoruba town that you don't know of, including Ladoja himself. Ladoja became a billionaire long time ago. He's been into shipping for about 40 years, since 1985. Do you see anybody talk about it? No. You can be talking about somebody wearing singlet but as a billionaire. These people will not talk. Be wearing his Ankara. It's a major shipping magnate in West Africa, on the continent. We all watch our there. Koshegbe, Oleku. There's something I discovered, I think it was in 93. I just saw the executive producer, Rashid Adewo Ladoja. I was like, I know this name. He was a senator at the time. There's no mainframe without Adewo Ladoja. You know Tunde Kilani because it's a technical bit of it. And he's also, like, he's the main person in it. But the executive producer has always been Adewo Ladoja. Don't say anybody talk about it. They will travel all over the world, come to Lagos, be in the UK, now they're still going back home. They have homes, they live there in that. I mean, I grew up in Ibadan, so would pass. If you're going to, you go in front of his house. The house concept is not assuming. It's not like you have this chemical. You will not know. But of course, nice area. But the thing what I'm trying to say is that, you see, even if they don't live in their state of origin, they will live in that region in the southwest. They will find things that they can, Aketi became everything he became in Ibadan. Aketi became everything he became in Ibadan. Before eventually now went to Ondo State to become governor. He became San in Ibadan. Many of the Sans, one of the Eshos became a San 2 days ago. Arishekola Lao, they will stay there. I'm not saying nobody is not rich anywhere. I'm just saying that perhaps if we all think about where we are coming from and what we can do in our spaces, we can have better cities and towns and whatever it is you have. Even if you say you have a city since the 12th century, you are correct. But at least most see workings, right? So that we will not be shouting, seaport. There's no seaport in Ibadan. There's no seaport in Oshogbo. There's no seaport in Ife. We have met some people in some of those towns, so may God be with us. If all of us do these things, your region will be better, my region will be better, everybody's regions will be better, and then Nigeria is better. Rather than shout all over the place, like Lagos belongs to all of us. Let's see a few more things before we go. I have like 5 minutes or so. Ponwachuku, thank you very much for being here. Thank you. And thank you for the dates you mentioned, even though I know that you can never provide any source to back up those claims. But if it makes you sleep at night, it's fine. I'm just going to read all the decisions they reached in 1953, then we'll continue from there the next time we gather. By the way, we'll be here again tomorrow, 1 p.m. if we're time, West African time. Somebody says no seaport in Akure. No seaport in Akure. You think about it for a second. How is it, or how was it, that centuries before the British arrived our shores, Benin people were having trading colonies in Akure and Ekiti? Trading colonies means that they will come to sell stuff, and then they will gather in clusters in Owo, in Akure, in Ondo, in Ikere, in different parts. Why would they do that? Simple answer: purchasing power. That's why. Let's continue. Despite this political setback for the action group, the political setback is the loss of Lagos. By the way, if you read Lateef Jakonde's speech, 1979, he referred to this, which now made Lagos become the capital in 1954. Up until then, every representative from Lagos would have to go to Ibadan at the regional level. And that's why I said the other time that when Azikiwe first won an election in his life, it was in Lagos and it was in Ibadan. He's very fortunate. He was running for office the first time. It was in. So all these things are you people are tribalistic. That's your business. He won in, and he was in Ibadan. There was no regional house in Lagos, right? But by 54, it became the capital, and I think was it 91 or so? It was moved to Abuja. But like I said, what Papa told them to do in 1954, if they had done it then, there's nothing Awolowo has said that Nigeria should do, that Nigeria did not do, that Nigeria is not regretting now. Whether it was railway, or it was oh man, I was reading some of his books last week. I was just like, Jesus Christ, what kind of human being is this? Railway, the road connections, capital, right? The structure of Nigeria itself. All those things. But there's people who are just selfish. I mean, if you are selfish, it's even okay. But selfish to the point of destroying other people's chances. Nah. They're the ones that are not telling me about how to build nation. Where it says, they say Bini colonized Ondo, Ekiti, Ilesha. Bini. Let's not talk about that one. No. Ask them, what did Ogedengbe do in Bini? Ask them. What did Ogedengbe do to even the villages close to Benin? And how was it placated? So that it would not enter Benin city itself. I'm not talking about the entire country. What did Ogedengbe do there? Ask them that question. Well, number two, how could they have colonized Ekiti? Ask them if they know something called Olukpono Kusukpono. It was a war in Ekiti. When Benin, because they had guns, which they got from the Portuguese, thought they were going to gain upper hand in Ekiti. And the Ekiti people came up with this stuff, Olukpono. In other words, the owner of the porch, you will stand and guard your porch. And when the Benin got to Ekiti, the Ekitis, even though they didn't have guns, with their cutlasses and machetes and sticks and whatever they had, they still defeated the Benin. Although many of them died in front of their porches. That's why they call it Olukpono Kusukpono. They died in front of their porches, but they denied Benin any victory. Which Benin colonized Guinea? Oh boy, more just they talk the way they talk now. Anybody who want to talk, more than come. Benin was great, but greatness was mostly towards the east. The flexing of Benin was towards the east, not the west. The closest they came was Owo, and even that one they were still dealt with. They did not colonize anywhere in Yoruba. They didn't even Kolobao, Afekolus. Anyway, let's read this one. Despite this political setback for the Action Group, the London Constitutional Conference of 1953 was a huge success. The conference resulted in many far-reaching decisions, namely, number one, that Nigeria would be a truly federal state. Specific powers were vested in the federal government, while residual powers lay with the regions. Number two, that the boundaries of the regions should remain as they were. This was a compromise because the NCNC and the Action Group had previously insisted on boundary review, particularly along ethnic lines. The and some official members representing British colonial interest. Number four, the British also promised full internal self-government to any region that might demand it by 1956 or after. Number five, the British also promised to review the revised Macpherson Constitution within 3 years to take stock of advances and progress on the tortuous path to internal political autonomy. This new constitution also provided for a unicameral federal legislature in Lagos. There was no provision for an upper house as was provided for in the western and northern regions, where there were houses of chiefs. There were to be 184 MPs divided between North and South equally, as well as 3 ex-officio and 6 special members, representing special and official interests. There was to be a federal cabinet or council of ministers made up of 13 members, 3 ex-officio, 3 from each of the 3 regions, and 1 of them from the United Nations mandated territory of the Cameroons, which was then being administered as an integral part of Nigeria. Ministers were to be recommended by majority party leaders, but the principle of individual ministerial responsibility was to be maintained. This was necessary in order not to fetter the initiative and actions of individual ministers unnecessarily. When the new constitution came into force on October 1, 1954, Ladoke Akintola continued as Federal Minister of Health and Social Welfare, having returned to the cabinet after the London Conference in 1953. Recalling this period of Akintola's life, Chief Awolowo wrote, quote, "At the center was Chief S.L. Akintola, an able lawyer. He is a breezy, affable character who cannot be ruffled easily, if at all. His peculiar gifts consist in his capability to argue and defend 2 opposing points of view with equal competence and plausibility. This quality, backed by his sense of humor and his capacity for nuances, made him an insoluble puzzle to our opponents. Sir John Macpherson, in one of his farewell speeches, described Chief S.L. Akintola as a master of ambiguities, unquote. That was Papa talking about Chief S.L. Akintola when the going was good. And I think we should stop there. So we don't, we're going to continue from here on Friday. We'll be here tomorrow, 1 p.m. if it's West African time. We have a short session that we always do on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so please join us. We're still talking about Benin here now. I'll answer the question. Let me just finish this announcement. We'll continue this particular series on Friday, but we'll be here tomorrow, Thursday at 1 p.m. if you're time West African time. We're going to have a session. It's really shorter on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but we're going to have a great time as well. So please, let's come early. We'll have a great time together. Yeah, that's that. Please join us. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please, we'll put out an account detail. We'll put out the, hey, Oyinbo, we will put out the account details in a bit as soon as people come up, and then you can support us that way. But thank you very much for power tapping and sharing and liking, and for the gifts. Thank you very much for your generosity. Now, let me answer some questions. If you'd like to come up, please send your request. We have about 15 to 20 minutes to take feedback or reactions. But I might as well just answer these questions while we wait for you. Dexter says the Benin Kingdom was first ruled by the Ogiso dynasty until its last king, Ogisowodo. Ogisowodo was not a king, Shao. Ogisowodo, afterwards, Prince Oromiyan of Ife briefly ruled but returned home, leaving his son Erika. You are right to a point. So, Ogiso dynasty, yeah, you're right, the last one was Owodo. His son was the Ẹkáàbọ that they wove a new story around. After him, though, it wasn't straight to the Oba. The Ogiso was not essentially, he was a ruler, but was not a king-like. They didn't see him as king. By the way, the first three Ogisos were also from Ife. We have to be putting these things out. And if you think I'm lying, please read Ancient Benin, Where the Rulers Came From, by Dimitri Bondarenko. You'll find it there. Also, you read A Short History of Benin by Jacob Egareva. It's there. And then you read Intelligence Report on Benin by H.F. Marshall. It's there. All right, but to answer your question, so there had the Ogisos, then there was an interregnum where Evian became administrator. But Evian was now trying to create a hereditary thing in Benin, and the people were against it, so they sent a message to Ife. The first person they sent, Evian, organized for him to be killed at the river. I think it was Oshioma or something, or River Ose. Then eventually, Oromiyan got there and created a new stuff. And yes, he had a son, Eweka, and it was Ewedo was able to eventually gain entry into Benin. All right. Some other questions I saw here, I'll just quickly respond to them and I'll bring people up. Just a few. Benin was a kingdom, sir. I'm saying what people say on social media. Okay. There were skirmishes with Yoruba land, but they were always sent packing. One of the major problems they had, it's actually similar to what people are trying to do in Lagos, where Benin, so there were so they let me tell you how they used to do the structure of Benin people in different Yoruba towns. So let's say, for instance, you have Benin people in Accra, they will have their own group, then they'll have a person in charge, like the Olotu. That Olotu will then, if you want to do something at home, he will be the one to go. In some cases, the Oba, the Olotu used to pay taxes to the Oba. That's one of the reasons why you hear people saying that Yoruba people were paying, paying Ishakole to Oba. It's not true. It's not the people of the land paying. It's the Benin people who went to trade elsewhere who were now sending money home. And when it got to the point where the Olotu Ado started making himself feel as if he was now a chief in Yoruba land, That was when Wala started, in different towns at different times. But we'll talk about that some other time. And yes, it was quelled. And so, for instance, you have different groups in Accra. You have Adunekwe, who were Benin people living in Accra. You have Benin people living in Owo. But they had an Olotuado, who was like the person who would collect it, maybe tributes. That's a better word. Tributes, and take it to Benin. But he's not doing that to represent the Yoruba people of the land. He's doing that to represent the Benin traders living in Yoruba land. And that was all of that. And then when they started becoming, too much for the people, where they begin to get military from Benin to, to claim territories in Yoruba land, but they dealt with them very well. All right. It's not today's topic. Another day we'll talk about it. But I hope I answer the questions that people ask. Let's bring, we have only one person who wants to speak, so bring the person. Oh, we have 3. All right. So please mute as soon as you get up, and then we'll have your reactions before we leave today. But we're going to make it short, please, because it's already almost 7. So I have my battlefield. Good evening, my battlefield.
Wow. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
There are just this something I just want to clarify with you. When you talk about education, right? I think what I gathered was that in the beginning, when the colonial masters, when they first came to Nigeria, that was after the slavery I'm talking about now. Majority of people who attended schools then were their slaves, because those people, except the noble ones, they didn't attend.
Hold on. Who slaves?
The remnant of the abolished slavery.
No.
Right?
So remember that. Sorry. So what? At what date? So what? The British got into Lagos 1851. They bombarded Lagos, and then they took over the entire place and made it the colony in 1861. At that time, slave trade had already been abolished. Now,
they are abolished. Okay.
Yeah. And the people who actually profited from slave trade before the British were the Portuguese, not the British, in Nigeria at least.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not saying that the British did not partake in slavery in Nigeria, but I'm saying that at least they abolished it. So by the time Nigeria became a colony, of the British, are you saying that the people that now worked with them were the ones that were sent to school? Because that's not. I don't think that's how it went over. Please, I just want to understand. That's all.
Yeah. I think probably I misspoke there. Actually, use the word slavery. Actually, you were slaves. When education was first started in Nigeria, I think it started in Badagry. The first primary school was in Badagry, right? So what the main thing I want to emphasize on is that they were.
Sorry, my battlefield.
Yeah.
There's something I think you're trying to say something. So maybe I should, if you don't mind, I'll just clarify.
Okay,
do you mean that the people that they rescued and took to Freetown in Sierra Leone, because they were slaves that were rescued by the British, they were the first set? Is that what you're trying to say? Because that would be very close to the point I think you're trying to make.
Okay, I want to bring it home, actually, not that, because what I learned from the people I interviewed then was that once education took hold in Nigeria proper, they asked the noble ones to bring their children to school, but they refused because of corporal punishment. So after much insistence, they allowed their servants, whatever, to start attending schools. And that was why majorly most people who actually schooled at that time, they are not the noble ones because of corporal punishment. I get my point.
Okay.
Because of corporal punishment. So in those areas, in those days, they didn't attend school until far later, when they started seeing the benefit of education. And that was what gave rise to what we now inherit now, that those people who are very, very brutal, they were very brutal because the way they were treated before, now they have education now. I get my point. But the noble ones, their children, they didn't attend schools because because they didn't want to be, they didn't want corporal punishment for their children. I get my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't want corporal punishment for their children until later when they started embracing education. And that's why I think I read the book somewhere as well that that's why you see education in Africa add another dimension to it, because most people who are first schooled, they are not the noble ones. They are not the children of chiefs, children of obas. They are just let's say the commoners, right? And that affected how we see education and how things came about brutally in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, because the people who first embrace education, they are not of the noble ones, right? Because we are mentioning something in the East, in the North before, that the North they didn't first embrace education, isn't it?
So this reality, this thing you are saying, does it apply? Are you saying it applies to people in Yoruba land? Because
yes, fine, brother. Because I interview, because I will tell you, I mingled with some obas when I was growing up, and I interviewed them. That why did some of them didn't go to school? They say, oh, because our parents didn't allow us to go to school because the white men they're gonna flog us, and flogging wasn't part of the culture of Yorubas.
Because what I know is that for the most part, it's actually the king's kids that go to school. For instance, in the Alake's children went to school first. In Ibadan, it was the Olunloyos, the Yejide and Olunloyo. Olunloyo went on to become the governor. Yejide is the one that Yejide Grammar School is named after in Ibadan. And I'm not saying that what you're saying is not like it couldn't have happened, but I don't know if it was as widespread as they want you to believe. I know that a lot of returnees, right, from Sierra Leone were among the first set of people, and this was around the 1840s. Among the first set of people. So, in fact, if you notice also, a lot of them went to Furabe. Many of them, yes, many of them went to Furabe College. Most of them, it's either they were born there, they went to school there, or they went to school in Nigeria, but eventually had to go there because that was like the main school before you now go to the UK. Maybe that happened in one or two cases, but I don't know if it's general. But for the North, it wasn't. Interesting for the North, it was actually the children of the aristocrats that went to school, because the Talakawas were. See,
that's why I said I said in my comments that was the opposite happened in the South. The opposite of what we are saying happened in the South. I can even see from the distance. I want to extend it further now. You see, the U-boats initially they were being enslaved by the people within that axis, the Galas. That was why when they embraced education, they were very brutal, and this accounts for their arrogance up to now. They used to say there's one proverb they said they used to mention that only because there's a particular proverb, I can't remember the proverb now, and that subsists, and that was why you have the Igbos, their arrogance stem from that. The arrogance stem, they have been enslaved before. Now the white men, when they start giving them education, unlike the Chekiris, they are
please, one more minute, please.
Yeah.
No, I said 1 more minute, please. 1 more minute.
Okay, 1 more minute. That's one side. And at the same time, when you mentioned the Sardauna and Bode Thomas, I want you to delve further, because I read somewhere where that Bode Thomas was although he represented Sardauna in his court case with Bandu Bello. Remember? But the Bode Thomas, he won the case for Sardauna against Tafawa Balewa. But the way he was treated, the way he was spoken to, he didn't like it. And that was what gave rise to how he said the Yorubas were too arrogant by extension of Bode Thomas being arrogant. Because he too mentioning that he was very arrogant. You represented him in court, in his court case. when he was accused of theft. Yeah. I
Oh,
want
okay.
to.
When I'm below, I'll check.
You know, you want to raise Sardauna into getting me in prison because he stole some money. But Sardauna won the case because Abari Thomas represented him very well. But Abari Thomas didn't like the fact that he was too timid in court and he spoke so harshly of. So
Thank you very much.
I want to find out about that. That's what I wanted to mention. The two things.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Maybe the next class I will. Thank you very much for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. There's one more person. Mass tuition will go, and then adult will go. Mass tuition, are you there? I don't know what's happening. Okay, I don't think it's coming back up. We'll just go straight to adult. Again, thanks everyone for being here. You're here. I've sent you a request now. You came up. I can't find you. Just come back up, please, so that we can quickly have your contribution. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details up here. The GT account helps to get things done. Tuition, you are here in the comment section, cannot help us now. You want to contribute, you have to be up. Abi? Eshe? But if you don't come over, we'll just go to Adulto so we can, because it's already past 7 now. I'm supposed to leave you at 7. Adulto, please, let's have you. If Matt Tuition, you may have to go out and come back in, because I don't know what else to do.
Ẹkáàbọ, sir.
Allow me. And that's how. Contribute tuition, oh yeah. Sorry, that's about better. My party session.
That's why I want to go first because he will take over just like. Ekrole, good evening.
Ekrole.
How are you?
Very well.
Yeah, another fascinating session. It's clearly that when we see a pattern of behavior, we need to start taking steps to mitigate against it. I'm sure you're probably aware of the recent development at the trade center in Ojo, where
trade fair.
Beg your pardon. Thank you. Trade fair, where the Lagos government went there to pull down illegally constructed buildings after a lot of reminders and promptings that the indigenous community offered to the guest communities, but it got to a point that they had to beat up the civil servants that went there last year. Having been prompted and summoned, they refused. They are now hiding behind that they got permission from the federal government to build 5-story edifices and so on and so forth without permission from Lagos State government. Now, that's the summary of where we are. So the question is, what is emboldening people to do that? Number one. Number two, what is the host community doing to prevent such brazenness from reoccurring repeatedly? And I have mentioned on this platform before, we, the Yorubas, our strength is our...
Is it just me? Because I can't hear him again.
I can't hear him too.
Okay.
Sorry?
We didn't hear what you were saying, though.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, but there's a lot of noise in the background, so that's not helping.
I do apologize. One moment, please. So what was the last thing you heard me saying?
Trade fair. Our strength is our weakness. Said our strength is our weakness.
That is it. So there's no society in the world where you have free, 100% free flowing movement of people without caveats. It is abundantly clear that the people in the southwest of Nigeria must have some caveat for their guest communities so that behavior are curtailed and all these unnecessary tensions and violations are reduced so that we can genuinely thrive and help our people and encourage our host, our guests to go back home and build their spaces. Because like you rightly said, unless our guests in various parts of Nigeria go back to their homes and build their places, we are also victims. You cannot have in the smallest state of the federation 30 million people. Because see development of mama bajeni because you can't sustain it. So our political elite and our bright minds and our business people must come together and have certain rules of the road. If you are coming to Lagos, you must have a permit and so on and so forth to manage this crowd. The crowd you are sustainable. And then we need to start beating the drum of the egalitarianism of Papa Awolowo. Bó ṣe ń bá àwọn yòókù tó ń ronú fáwọn yòókù káà náà máa ronú fún wọn káà máa pariwo ẹ̀ báyìí ló wà nílẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn báyìí lẹ lè ṣe. I'm telling you, if you see the mood at the trade fair lánàá, how can be so emboldened ẹ fẹ́ bá ẹni tó nílẹ̀ jà tẹ́ni pé wọ́n maltreat yín? Meanwhile, you guys, it's clear violation of the rules of the game. And this lack of wisdom on the part of some of our brethren within the space called Nigeria must be addressed. It's a sensitive thing. Mr. Obi went there today now. Mr. Obi kò ṣe bí statesman. And that's why Obi can never be president. He didn't act like a statesman. He's behaving like a village man. And we need our leaders across the board call a spade so we can really evolve in this space called Nigeria. It is 65 years now. 65 years today. And the most thriving part of Nigeria is still the southwest and the opposition region. And for a space that encompasses geographically the size of UK, Germany, and France, to be carrying that body, that tiny little patch, is unfair on the people living there.
Thank you very much for that submission. Thank you very much for that. And thank you very much, moderator. She's also timing you. So please also, everyone, let's look at clocks. Olujimi will be the next speaker. And possible. So Olujimi, please go on, sir.
Thank you for having me. Today is my birthday. I shared the birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Let us clap for our birthday.
Thank you. Now the first one. Thank you.
God bless you. May this be your best year yet.
Amen.
May all good things I desire come to you.
Amen.
And may God establish you in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you, bro.
Yes,
now,
sir.
thank you for having me. And the first thing, I appreciate the fact that I'm in Yoruba. I appreciate that fact. And I love what's happening to us now, that we are being sensitized. We are now awoken to understand that we have to preserve our culture, our heritage. It's very important. What makes people is what is their culture. That's what makes people. Yoruba has a culture. Imagine the way we have been treating these hosts and the way they are actually treating us. And when they come, they play the victim card and say, oh, we are maltreating them. I saw what happened in the trade fair, and I was like, God, so how will you erect a place in a certain place where you know that these places are under the supervision of government of your host, and you dare not, just erect illegal building there? And they came there to do the right thing. And this is not the first time. They've actually given them notice, and they did not. So I think this is the time that we need to take a great action against the host. And another thing, as I will say, that they have to decongest Lagos is getting over. And other states, they don't care about how they utilize their resources from federal government. Only Lagos State is the one carrying almost that kind of population, and it's just overwhelming. So we have to start, making sure that people that come into the state, they must have a reason to come. Do you have a place you are staying? You cannot just come and just erect anything on the road or probably stay anywhere. So I want to thank our governor, what they are doing in Lagos State, and I want to make sure to sensitize our people that you should be aware that before Nigeria, you came first as a Yoruba, and you must protect what you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission. That was really, really good. And yes, my battlefield, it's also true, but I think each region can decide what they want to do. For instance, you can't just move to different parts of Canada because you want to. And the federal government does not meddle in some of those things. For instance, when it came to this pilot, I can't remember the exact word, with the PR thing, the regions could also decide what they want. And I think, again, this conversation, it may not necessarily be that the governments have to change certain things drastically. It may actually be like something that will make us really talk about the structure of Nigeria in such a way that it is sustainable and that actually, factors the interest of the people, factors the interest put the interest in consideration when we make laws and all of those things. So, but that's actually quite good. Thank you very much for your submission. And then we have one more person, then we have a daughter, Adedeji. Good evening. Adedeji Adele, are you there? Okay, I don't think he's available.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Actually, I don't have much to say. You see, everything that happens in Lagos, in Yoruba land, we are the one that caused it. We are the one. Because, like, I can remember when I left secondary school, I think 1999.
All right. We'll remember each with him when he comes back. I think he's on a call or something. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, please go on.
So 1999, right? I left secondary school. My father is a mechanic. You understand? So when